There we go. Perfect. Well, so like why does that say camera issues? Oh, turn that off. Camera issues always. I think I can find the drivers. Are we chatting with the buff kangaroo? Yes. The answer is yes. The answer is always yes. Kangaroo has pecs. The kangaroo has pecs. My cat's looking at me. A dude or a lady kangaroo? Coobs. What's up, Syndra? It's a boy. It's a boy kangaroo. Absolutely. It's definitely a boy kangaroo. All right, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Actually, hold on. Let me check my sound settings again. Make sure everything is right. Make sure nothing got stupid on me. Okay. Hello.
G'day, mate.
We got him. How are you doing? Uh-oh. Are you there?
Yes, just trying to play around with my sounds a bit.
All right, I think I got you fine on my side. Everybody, can everybody hear? Everybody good? Now, you've also got to tell me how to properly pronounce Maglashan.
Exactly how you said it.
Oh, I did it right? I finally got it right. I think I've had it right, I guess, for a while. Dakin said they never expected you to be that Australian. How much Australian do you expect one to be? Just a little bit or a lot of bit? Ashley's super excited now that she knows it's you. She had no idea.
Yeah, well. So I am Australian, but I'm not those true blue, rigid edge, got a few kangaroos loose in the top paddock type Australians.
You're just the average type of Australian. Is that a?
Yes.
Not a bogan.
Well,
maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
So
what do we do? What do we talk about? Where do we start?
Well, so like I had mentioned to you, and just to let everybody else in on it, because I know you mentioned, you've been around for a long time. Like, I think almost the entire time I've been streaming. And you mentioned that you were going to be, going away, and that you might not be around for a long time or possibly ever again. So I figured, we'll do a little community spotlight and have you come on and say hello to everybody, and just in case we never get to hear from you again. And then we can just talk about all kinds of weird stuff. I might want to ask you some weird Australian things, though.
That's cool. So yeah, I think I was watching Slipgator, and he did a raid on you, and I think it would have been, wasn't your first stream, but it would have been in the first week of your first streaming.
Right.
And then I stayed and I gave Slipgator the miss and just watched his YouTube stuff and continue watching your streams.
Well, don't tell him that, but I like that. No, that's awesome. And yeah, I'm very, very, very thankful to know Slipgator. Like that's been a huge boost in my exposure for sure. I definitely would not be I would definitely not have the exposure that I have without knowing him. So it's definitely been a big boost, and it is very cool that especially like that story, like you came over early on, and have stuck around. That's which I also appreciate. It's very cool of you. I'm glad that I'm doing something right.
Yeah, I think it was only a month or so before that I sort of started watching Twitch. I watched a lot of YouTube, so I watched Slipgator from years before that, and then I was watching 7 Days to Die YouTube channel, and they mentioned that they're on Twitch. I thought, what the hell is Twitch?
Right.
I mean, like, so this is only 2.5 years ago.
Right.
Like, what the hell is Twitch? And so I went and had a look at his Twitch. I started an account that day. I followed him that day, and then I started looking for other names and all that, and started watching Slipgator. Now, this is entirely no disrespect to Slip. I find that some people are better YouTubers, from my experience. Some people are better YouTubers and know what they are for a Twitch, because I like your channel because there's only a couple dozen people, and I can get that personalised service and the interaction. Whereas when I was watching Slip back then, there used to be 1,000+ people on the times when I was able to watch.
Right.
And so I may as well have just been watching his YouTube because there's no interaction there.
Right. Yeah.
And he does a phenomenal job on YouTube.
Yeah. It's definitely, it gets really difficult to start keeping up, and I actually don't know how he does it, because there are times, I have trouble when it's like, if we break like, 30 or 40, then I start missing things, and like I don't understand how people can keep up with all that stuff. It's pretty crazy. I mean, because I lose track just when I'm trying to play a game and I get sucked into the game. I start losing track of chat, and it goes by so fast. But no, that is very interesting. I was gonna say, like, I was gonna ask what your feelings were as a viewer on the differences between watching Twitch versus YouTube. And so it seems like for you, if you don't really have a lot of interactivity, then it kind of just makes more sense just to watch it on YouTube. Is that about accurate?
Yeah, the first person that I watched Twitch, I think I did, and this is very shaming of me, is I think I was watching about 12 hours a day of his YouTube, but they were his VODs of his Twitch.
Oh yeah.
And because I didn't know what Twitch was, so I was watching his, and I'd done that for a few weeks, and then I kept hearing this Twitch. I'm like, what the hell is that?
Right.
I'm very, very much a Luddite.
Well, we can get into that part too, because I am curious, because this is one of those things too, like, well, as with my other chats, I like to learn things from people in a place instead of reading about things. Like, you can definitely learn more from having a conversation with somebody from another country, or even in America. Like, if you have a conversation with somebody from another state, that you can just learn so much just from an individual, rather than trying to read about customs and traditions and like hobbies and things like that. So hopefully, I might ask some modern, not offensive, but some shitty American questions about some things. But I feel like you're probably sport for that, right?
Yeah, I don't get offended by much.
I didn't think so. So do you want to? I know I don't want to touch on personal notes. I know you mentioned you're gonna be going away for a while. Did you want to cover what was going on? Like I know you've talked about it a little bit in chat before that you've kind of the effects of the pandemic, like how it's affected you. Do you want to go into any of that?
Yeah, not a problem. So I had 2 martial arts dojos, and ups and downs. I was part of a franchise for the martial arts, so under the umbrella of the style of martial arts I was doing, it's pushing to be the biggest in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So that's more Europe based. So they've been in Africa, they've been in Italy, Germany. They were in New Zealand for a little while. We're in Australia. My very close mate of mine is the head of Australia, so that's how I got involved and knew about it. And I studied underneath him doing just straight Taekwondo. And he was 17. He had his own dojo.
Oh wow!
So I studied underneath him. Back then, it was a whole different ball game. So we used to pay a gold coin to train, and that used to cover hall hire.
Yeah.
Now, when I started with him 5 years ago, our hall hires were around $50 an hour.
Okay.
So if you have 1 student, you pay your $50 an hour. If you have 30 students, you pay your $50 an hour. So when COVID hit, we dropped down to straight away going online classes.
Right.
Which means you no longer have the overheads of hall hire, but not everyone can do that. I think I've seen a report based on America at the moment. I think Australia was going down the same path while we were doing online schooling, is that kids don't and can't do it.
Right.
Adults struggle to do it. Hence the people of pictures, the films of them going to the toilet on their Zoom calls and things like that. Like
right.
it's a totally different ball game, even though we're in that life where we're now starting to become more acceptable of this sort of stuff. It's still a struggle. And so we went from one day teaching classes to the next week we had to go online. And it was a culture shock, big difference. So I lost 80% of my students off the bat.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of my time dealing with special needs kids. So autism, Asperger's, ADD, all those sorts of things that you need that personal detail with your interactions with all the students.
Right.
So they can't do online. So when we went back to class, I lost a few more because they were okay with going back to class, but it wasn't the same because you've got to be social distanced. You can't do sparring, you can't do this, you can't do that. And hall hire, and you've got 1/10 of your students, couldn't keep going.
Right.
So I struggled as much as I could, and then had to take the hard call of pulling the pin on my dojos. And in that interim, I've been talking to my family who were on the other side of the country, which is 5,000 k's away.
Yeah.
And going to move over there.
So and just for reference for everybody in America, there was, it's funny actually, Slipgator sent me a link earlier to a map that's like, it was a map to show what size a country actually is, because maps and globes tend to warp and stretch things. And Australia is roughly, I don't know the exact measurements, we could look it up, but picture by picture, Australia is roughly the same size as America, the continental United States. So on a map, it may not seem that big or it may seem bigger. But yeah, so just frame of reference, like the entire country, like you're talking the entire country of the United States. Like it's a very big place. And from what I understand, most people live generally on the coastline, and then everything in the middle is kind of nobody lives there. Is that is that pretty accurate?
Yeah. So where I live, if you look at the pointy tip on the right hand side, I'm in the furthest city north. We're about 130,000 pop, but we're massive tourist here, so we basically double in size due to tourists.
Right.
With COVID, then we lost half our population because there's no tourists coming in.
Right.
Now, if you travel south from where I live, the next place that has more than 1,000 population-ish, give or take a few hundred, is 400 k's away.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's
and then
crazy.
From there to the next one is 400 k's. So you got these populated areas that are 400 k's away, basically, until you get down to the Sunshine Coast, which is basically the populated area down near the capital city of our state, which is Brisbane, and then it's massive down there. So 1k is 1.6 k's make a mile.
Oh, okay, that's good. That's good. That helps. So 1.6K per mile. We'll let somebody else can work that out in chat, and they can do the math. So, and you mentioned special needs kids. Was that was most of your classes helping special needs kids, or was it was that a focus that you had, or was it just you just happened to have them?
I just happened to be extremely gifted at dealing with those sorts of children and adults.
Gotcha.
So, when you get in students, you're not able to go out there and find martial arts students.
Right.
You get people that have never walked through the door before. They come in, they hang on the mum's skirt and hide behind them and stuff like that. And then you've got to coax them out of their shell, teach them a class, get them going home, that they've had fun, but you've started to teach them things. Now, the youngest student I ever taught was 2 years and 9 months old.
Oh, wow.
And the oldest was just under 60.
Just under 60. Wow. Interesting. And now, when did you start? What age did you start all of your martial arts training?
I've done bits and pieces all through my life. So I did karate when I was 12. For a while, I did Taekwondo at 21. I did karate again at 24. Did mixed martial arts at 27, and then I did a bit more in my early 30s, and then I started doing this 6 years ago.
Okay. And what school is it that or what martial arts is it that you were the last one that you were doing?
So Freestyle Taekwondo. So Freestyle Taekwondo is the basis was Taekwondo, but there's a blend of a few different codes that go into it, because Taekwondo, if you've ever watched it, is more of an exhibitionist style of martial arts. It's blasé in the way I'm describing it, but that's
right.
What goes into. They go into the Olympics and stuff like that for Taekwondo. And if you've ever watched some of their fights, their hands are hanging by their side and they're doing these kicks that are kicking the other person in the head. Now, anyone who's been on the street knows that two things happen. There's a lot of punching involved, and then you end up on the ground wrestling.
Right.
So if you're doing Taekwondo, you're not covering the punching and you're not covering the wrestling on the ground. So what we've done is got into a situation where we brought in Muay Thai and kickboxing.
Okay.
And a bit of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, or because it's not Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, a bit of grappling.
Okay. Yeah, because funny thing, I don't know if we ever mentioned this. I took American Taekwondo when I was about 12, like 10 or 11 or 12, like for a couple of years. I think I made it to a blue belt, and and if I remember correctly, and you have to correct me on this one, it seems like Taekwondo compared to other martial arts, I think it's roughly like 70% feet and 30% hands. Is that
Yeah.
less? So it's more feet than hands, and I guess those ratios are probably different with different martial arts. I guess some are more predominantly hands rather than feet and stuff like that.
Yes. Now, here's a snippet of information. Like the two biggest styles of Taekwondo out there around the world were both taught by the same instructor, same sensei,
Mm-hmm.
and they both took different things from it and then created their own code of Taekwondo.
Okay.
And that's where, if you've got a style of Taekwondo, it's really important to stick to the one set of instructions for everyone that teaches it
Right.
and holds everyone to the same level of accountability in regards to what they're doing. But yeah, so it was, I mean, like, it was interesting. I absolutely loved it. And without COVID, I would still be doing it.
Yeah.
And I couldn't think of it doing anything else. As I was saying, like, I found I had a natural talent of interacting and instructing and teaching these kids. Hopefully this doesn't bite me in the bum for saying this, but I had one of my students that was autistic, was selective mutism,
Mm-hmm.
and the conversation when not mute was in the persona of a cat.
Okay.
So I had this little girl that came into my class who, when you spoke to her, she meowed like a cat.
Right.
She held her hands up like a bunny sort of thing,
Mm-hmm.
feet close together, and the only thing I could get out of her for the first couple of weeks was a meow. Now, after spending just under a year with me, I had her compete in a competition and
Wow.
receive an award in front of a crowd of competitors and parents combined. The mum had put, and she came up to me a little while after and said, "Look, I hope you don't hate me for this, but I'm going to be honest. I've sang your praises across a national parent of autistic children help board.
Wow.
So not using my name, but has sung my praises around it, that I had given her a daughter. Not the old traditional way, but
Yeah. That's really
from
cool.
from going from a kid that obviously at home she wasn't mute, but to go, and I've had her in front of the class and the parents be the loudest one when we say our creed.
Yeah.
It's and the mum's got there and says, "What training have you had?" I said, "I've got none." So she was pushing me to go and start doing some actual courses and things like that. And it's what it is, sort of thing. Like we've got to take the chances as they come, and unfortunately, not all things fall in front of our feet. And
Yeah.
when things go pear shaped, it's how you deal with it.
Yeah.
Like, as one of the things I've said is that anyone can steer a boat on calm seas, but when there's a storm, the true captain comes out.
Yeah.
And I'm not that the best one, but I have done I did my best.
Right. No, that's amazing
So
though. I mean, I have a friend, one of my close friends. Her daughter is autistic and very unique. You know, in her react. Like I haven't had a lot of experience around around anyone like that. But her her young daughter is she's very eccentric, and she's very careful how she interacts, and she's very sometimes nonverbal, non-communicative, and so I mean it is a big thing, like to be able to recognize and find ways to communicate and get through to them and help them. So like that's a freaking huge thing.
I've always described martial arts as a team sport that you do purely by yourself.
Right.
Because it's all about your individual efforts, your individual training, your individual this, your individual that. But you have to have the same mentality of a team where you work with everyone else, you respect everyone else. You, like, before you walk into the dojo, you've got to bow. So you're showing respect to every single person that's in that dojo.
Yeah.
When you leave, you bow. You're showing that respect again. And a lot of people get there and they say it's different things for what you bow, but I looked at it that you're showing respect to every person that's been in there for you, with you, and is going to be in there after you. And in their interactions with the other students, they've got to have that same level. I get there and we do team games and things like that, but it's all individual as you do it. Whereas if you play soccer, if your team loses, your team loses.
Yeah.
It's hard to sort of put in the way that I've always pictured it and thought about it, but I've played soccer where one guy sits over on the sideline and does nothing.
Right.
Team still won. Where's it's so that individual didn't do nothing for the team, so it's not a individual effort there.
Yeah.
Whereas I've got students that have competed in our champs and won 3 years in a row, but he's my assistant instructor.
Yeah.
So he's got the individuality for what he's doing, but is a team player.
Yeah. Now, did you...
If that makes any sense, Jan?
I think it does, yeah. I mean, because, you've got to... I think it's like you said, you have to have respect for your peers, regardless of if you're, if you're better than someone or not better, but if you're better trained than someone or have more experience than someone, that you still need to be respectful of everyone, regardless of skill level, and that you're all there together, but your personal training is going to help define how far you go, and at the same time, I guess that's going to bolster your team. That if you're a good person and part of a team, then that can help everyone around you want respect that and want to be better. And I think I think that's about right. I know it's kind of hard to it makes sense in your head as like an idea, but yeah, when it comes out, it's kind of like, well, yeah. Ashley was asking earlier, did you ever do any competition? Did you compete?
Me, no. No, I've always been that person, which sort of when I started this last bout of martial arts, I've only got to beat the person beside me. I've only got to be competitive against the person beside me.
Yeah.
So, and I'll have a side note. So if I don't mention the side note, drag me back to it. So I would do stuff with friends and stuff like that, and all I got to do is beat all of them.
Right.
Now, unless you're with Olympians, are you going to be the best? No. So if I'm with you and I'm faster than you, I'm happy.
Right.
If I'm with Joe Blogs that's 840 kilos of macas every day for the last 5 years and I beat him, I'm still happy because I beat him, because he was the person beside me that I had to compete against.
Gotcha.
When I started the martial arts, I had to realize that it's a little bit different. You've got to go within yourself, and so to start pushing yourself that little bit harder.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Now, the side note, I have worked with, in what I'm going to be doing when I go to WA, shearing sheep.
Right.
I've worked with lots of people that have got Guinness Book of Records.
For sheep
that.
shearing?
Yes.
How does one get a world record for sheep shearing? Is it speed?
Speed, how many you can do in a one day. So I've worked with one guy, he did 900 and I think it was around 30 little sheep, not lambs, but they're about a weaner size. So he did 930 in one day. Kiwi day, because they do 9-hour days. We do 8 in Australia.
Okay.
Well, it's just the style and the type of sheep as well. So when they come to Australia, they don't do 9-hour days because sheep are tougher over here.
Mm.
And there's a lot of difference in regards to the toughness of the sheep. So he done that. I've worked with another guy who did 500 and something numbers, 500 and something full-grown sheep in one day. I've worked with another guy who did a 24-hour day.
A 24-hour day of shearing sheep?
Yes. 24 hours shearing sheep. And then he lost like 9 kilos over that day, and he's never been able to shear the same amount of sheep ever again.
Wow.
That's how stuffed his body was.
That's crazy. So is this...
So,
are they I'm guessing they're like electronic tools, right? Like the shearers, I guess, are like electronic shavers kind of things. Is that?
So you've seen hair clippers,
right?
Yep, basically like that.
Okay. And how much? Yeah. Now I'm really fascinated. Like how much? Like an average adult or your average? I don't know if you shear them. Are they more? Is it more often that you shear younger sheep, or is it more adults, or how does that work? Or
basically, a sheep is a lamb for one shearing, and they become a weaner because they're weaned off their mums at that time. So then they're halfway between a lamb and a full-grown sheep, and then for the rest of their life, they're full-grown sheeps.
Okay.
Now, your average sheep is, give or take, sort of depending on the condition of the land and that, they're about 60 to 80 kilos.
Okay.
And you got to drag them, tip them over, drag them out. So it's very tough. They say a shearer expends the same amount of energy as what a football team does for their game.
Oh, wow.
For the one day. I remember when I was young, I was 21, and I used to take an esky or a cooler. New Zealanders call them chili bins. We call them eskies in Australia. I think it's called
like an ice chest. Like you put ice in it to keep things cold. Okay.
Yep. So I used to take one of them almost full of food and still lose weight every day.
Wow.
So it's hard. And I used to do it the same way that the first guy who did Guinness Book of Records, you walk in and you pick that sheep up and drag it out. So at that time, I was 60 kilos wringing wet. Walk in, pick the sheep up, walk 15 yards, put it on the board and shear it. And I did one day where I was crutching. So crutching is where you just clean out around their private parts.
Yeah.
So I did 650 that I carried 15 yards, and they were about anywhere from 60 to 90 kilos.
That's a lot of that's a lot of work.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
So did they
Now they spent millions and millions and millions of dollars
I was going to say, are they? Do they fight back, or do they just struggle like any kind of normal animal will struggle to try to get away from you, or are they aggressive in any way? Uh-oh, did I lose you? Are you still there? May have lost connection. Okay. I was going to say, it just kind of cut out. It's good old Australian internet. I I feel like I'm learning a lot about sheep, and I know it might seem silly, but these are the things that are fascinating, because people buy a freaking wool sweater, and you don't really think about some dude is having to drag how many, let's see, kilograms to pounds. So we're talking, I was going to say, so I think we're talking like anywhere from like 130 to 160 pound sheep. Yeah, 120 to 180. There you go. Oh, you're back. Maybe. I heard you. There you are.
Yes. One of my favorite things to say. Taliban can upload a video in a cave in the middle of the mountains, and yet I can't get reception in the middle of a city in the middle of Australia.
Right.
So I don't know where I was. What was I saying?
We were talking about how much hard work it was that I think you said you were you drug like 500, 600 sheep and did like all of those in a day or something, and I was talking about how that's a lot of work. We were doing the conversions on pounds, and I was yeah, 120 to 180 pounds for sheep, like dragging them around. And I was just asking, are they aggressive, or do they just struggle against you, or do they try to attack you?
Yes
or
and
bite?
no. Yes and no. So they don't like being shorn.
Oh,
The majority of the time, it's the first time they've seen anyone for a year.
Okay.
So they're not pets. They're
Right.
basically wild animals, and they get penned up. They get pushed along by dogs that bark at them, so they run away from the dogs. Then you walk into a pen, they try and get away from you, so you grab them, you tip them over, drag them out, and then you sit them on their bottom, and then you try and take their hair off them,
Right.
off their entire body. They don't like that too much. So a lot of with the sheep is that this is my interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
They are coded for the fear factor that if something's pulling on their wool, it's like a wild animal trying to attack them.
Okay.
So you'll see a lot of, and it's scary, and it's you don't like doing it, but you cut them while you're shearing them.
Right.
They don't feel that. If you grab a piece of their wool and you pull on it, they start kicking and bouncing around, because that's what they notice in their sensory.
Right.
So, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like I've seen rams walk in, and this is be a prickle that you wouldn't have heard of, is a double G, or a devil's head fawn. So they got three prongs that whichever side they're sitting down, one sticks straight up. And I've seen rams come into a shed, and because rams' testicles drag on the ground while they're walking,
Right.
they've been through a double G patch, and it is absolutely covered in these double Gs. They don't notice it. They don't feel that.
Huh.
You pinch a bit of their wool, and they start kicking and bucking like a bronco horse. So Yeah,
That's
it's just weird.
that is interesting. So they, and I guess the wool, like, yeah, we were talking about that. I guess wool is pretty dense, and so they probably like. I guess does that protect? Like, if an animal were to attack and try to bite through that, does that offer some kind of protection? Like, I
Yes.
mean,
Animals, Australia's got a lot of wild animals, so we had the dingoes,
mhm.
and then the dingoes um, mated with a lot of wild human dogs.
Mm,
So female dingo goes out and finds the biggest male that it can find, and the biggest males are generally the human dogs.
right.
So then you've got a lot of packs of wild dogs that are mixed breed and stuff like that. So I think Fraser Island is the only true untainted strain of dingoes in Australia. Now, the dingoes go through the sheep. What they do is they attack them until they can get to them, and they go in through the back end
Oh, okay.
because it's open and
Right.
accessible.
So
But
okay, so then so
anyway,
they
that's
normally
a whole other topic of the dingoes
right.
and things like that.
So then they probably can't really get through. I guess so. It's tougher for them. Like if they were to try to
Yeah.
attack the back of a sheep or somewhere where it's fully covered in wool.
Easier.
Okay, gotcha.
So in Australia, because we have such a prolific fly thing, a lot of the sheep get mulesed, and this is a barbaric act at the time of it happening. Controversial here, barbaric act. It's so thought provoking of what you've got to do to a sheep when it's a little baby.
Yeah.
But what that does for the rest of its life is mercy. Because flies get into a damp spot, and that is generally around the wool around the back end.
Mm,
And so they eat in, and flies don't stop. They
right.
just keep eating into the animal. And you've got to remember, a lot of these animals don't see anyone for a year. If you don't get onto that within a couple of days, a fly strike, then it's horrible for them.
Huh.
So what they do is they mules and they take off a strip of skin from around the back end, which means that that sheep, touch wood, won't say never, but almost never gets fly struck.
Wow. Okay.
And if you don't mules, then nearly every single sheep will get fly struck. Because the way they've bred sheep is to grow these massive, massive, massive coats of wool, produce the wool that we have today, which is the merino sheep, is real bad. There's a lot of other sheep that don't have wool in those areas. But yeah, it's weird. But anyway.
Yeah. So again, that's something I never would have ever known. Because I'm from a very rural part of Oklahoma, but my family never really dealt with sheep. It's always been cattle, a few pigs and chickens, but they've never really done anything with sheep. So I'm actually quite clueless when it comes to sheep. So this is all new information for me.
I'm just reading chat. Miss Ashley, what do you mean they put wool over the butthole? So, anyway, let's move on. We've done the
We've talked about
arts,
sheep.
we've done the sheep.
We talked about sheep. So
Let's talk about how dangerous Australia is.
yeah, let's talk about how dangerous Australia is. Isn't the irukandji jellyfish?
Jellyfish?
That's in Australia, right? Off the coast or in the water, I guess.
Yes.
Not on the land. Once they learn how to walk on land, then we're fucked. Like it's all over.
So, that jellyfish is along the coastline. So, not out at deep sea. And only around when it's really hot.
And they're pretty small, I think, right? The irukandji.
Yes. So all the beaches around here have stinger nets or the box jellyfish.
Mm-hmm.
Now the irukandji gets through the stinger net.
Oh wow. Okay.
So the a mate of mine, he was with his daughter inside one of the stinger nets, and he got done by an irukandji, and yeah, that was a bit scary for him because he had his little daughter with him, and he had to go to hospital.
Wow.
So it's dangerous, but it's very rare that you die. But you're gonna wish you did.
Right.
So, and I refuse to wear the stinger suits. So
Yeah.
you've seen the the morph suits?
Mm-hmm.
What they're called? Yeah, that's what you got to swim in
So
to
it's
protect yourself.
I was say, so it's basically dangerous just to like put on some shorts and go jump in the ocean. You're at risk.
Yeah.
And because the irukandji, like they're about the size of your hand, or are they smaller than that?
Nah, little fingernail.
Oh, okay. So they're that small. I couldn't remember how they're tiny and super deadly. I think it's one of the most deadly jellyfish in the world.
One of them.
Yeah. Well, I think everything. I think 90% of the world's most dangerous animals live in Australia. I might have made that up, but I think it's probably accurate.
I think it's accurate. You do know that 86.74% of all facts are made up on the spot.
That's true. That's true. Because you've got snakes. I can't remember.
Drop bears. I see someone asked what a drop bear. So have you seen a teddy bear battery? Sorry, a koala bear, a teddy bear. So basically, it's a bigger, meaner cousin of a koala bear. And what they do is they generally inhabit areas around campsites, and in the tree, they drop out and attack you. And they've tried to, if the fires and all that we had, a lot of the times they find the babies of them, and they've tried to nurture them and feed them and all that, but they don't just like any sort of blood. It's human blood that is the most nutritious for them.
And they have very long fangs, and some of them can fly, I think, right? Some of them have devil wings.
No, not so much fly. It's more of a powerful jumping. They're not like the sugar gliders and that we have that can glide through the air. They're drop bear, not a fly bear.
And they also have syphilis like regular koalas.
I think so. I've never got close enough to one to find out.
You never spent the night to find out, yeah.
You never put your campsite underneath a tree.
I saw, and it's funny, like I think we've talked about this on stream before, that I wanted to see a panda. Like I've never seen a panda in real life. And I went to the zoo in Edinburgh and chlamydia. They've got chlamydia, not syphilis. I'm sorry. But I went to the zoo to go see the pandas in Edinburgh, and they also had koalas. And I'd never seen koalas in person either, and they are quite big. Like, they're not quite as tiny and cuddly as you would think. Like, they're like a good, like, medium to large-sized dog animal.
Koalas are... You wouldn't just go into the wild and pick one up and start patting it, because it will rip you to shreds.
Right.
So the ones that you see in zoos and stuff like that, they're socialized with humans so that they're comfortable. Even then, they can rip you, but it's because they're used to climbing trees.
Yeah,
like, they got claws to climb trees, and just because you're holding one, it doesn't get there and go, oh no, this is not something that I can claw to get away from things and that. But Anyway, so I see Miss Ashley asked me, what's the most dangerous animal I've ever run into? Well, depends on what you define as danger.
I guess we should say
Chad Zirk has got it right there. So I've been in the oceans with the Kanji and the box jellyfish and all that, and I refuse to wear one of them stinger suits. I've been a few meters away from a wild 5 meter plus crocodile. I've had many snakes near me. I've walked over a spot that literally 15 seconds later my dad found a death adder snake.
Oh God.
What else is there? So spiders. If you go to sit on a toilet in Australia that's not inside a house, generally if you're a male, the first thing you do is you lift the seat to see that there's no redback spiders underneath there, because what dangles down near where the spider can get to. That's true story there. That's their favourite habitat, is underneath the front lip of a toilet seat.
Oh, wow.
Snakes, crocodiles. Here's something that I only just found out within the last few months, that apparently we have hawks that are fire starters or fire spreaders. So the history of Australia is with the Indigenous. They used to burn off areas to flush the game, the animals certain directions, and they'd go through and collect it and stuff like that.
Right.
There's actually hawks that will fly down to an active fire and grab a stick and fly it over to an area that is not on fire, drop that stick so they can create their own food source from burnt animals.
Wow. I think birds are going to take over the planet once we're gone. I mean, if you've got birds that can start, or that you've got birds that understand how fire works, and you've got crows that can like solve puzzles and build shit, and like, and then the monkeys, of course, you got monkeys that are building things. But I think the animals are going to do fine without us.
That's it, Chad Zerka, firehawks. Yeah, so a big part of Australia is that majority of our trees that are from down south area are the eucalypts, and that's basically like jet fuel for fires. And I know of places that have, because they used to get there and do fire breaks, so they run a dozer through sections of forest, which is basically like a dirt road between these trees. Now, I know of confirmed places where a bloke was running over in WA near where my brother, he lost his house. So there was a bushfire a couple of years before it. And a guy was running through a field to get away from a fire to get to a dam in the middle of his field. So he was 200 metres from the scrub, the bush, and the fire was coming that quickly that just before he got to the dam, the fire engulfed him.
Oh, wow.
A ball of flame that shot out from the tree line and melted his eyelids shut.
Oh, shit.
He was able to crawl into the water to get away from the rest of the flames and that, until it subsided and just caught the trees on fire sort of thing, and continued as a normal bushfire. And he was able to access his phone and speed dial through remembering and get a mate to come and help him. But yeah, so 200 meters away from the tree line, and that's that eucalyptus and that comes from a lot of these trees.
Yeah. And
there was unconfirmed, unsubstantiated rumors that California took a lot of those trees over there, and that's why California apparently has these bad bushfires. But that's only a tiny part of it, sort of thing, because I know that you did get a lot of our trees, but it's not the same that we have in Australia with our eucalyptus forest, because they call where most of them are the Blue Mountains, and that blue is the eucalyptus oil in the air.
Oh, okay.
So
Interesting.
when you look at the trees, it's got a blue tinge to it, and that's the eucalyptus oil in the air.
Huh.
But anyway,
That's something I
so
didn't know either.
yes, crazy animals here in Australia. So I've walked. I'm in the middle of a city, so 130,000 population, expands double that for tourists. I was in the middle of it and walked around the corner from where I was living and found a 6 meter snake on the middle of the road.
6 meters? Jesus Christ. Wow.
So it's not a venomous one,
Right.
but it'll eat your dog or your cat. But I've driven through the middle of town and there's been crocodiles on the middle of the road. But majority of them aren't in the build-up areas. I had friends that were in Darwin, and they said that when you're in Darwin, if you go to the shopping centre and the car park is empty, there's a reason for it. Don't park there. It means a crocodile's using the car park as a sunning spot.
Oh, wow.
Because they thought they were driving to shopping centre and decided that they would utilize the empty car park because they thought, oh, we can park here. There's no one parking here.
Right.
They found out later that's generally because there's big crocs there.
Interesting.
We culled them to within limits of extinction.
Mm-hmm.
And then once that happened, they decided not to.
Yeah.
And so they've expanded and grown lots. So there's a lot of massive crocodiles. There's been reports of 60-meter type ones. I know where I'm living, there's an inlet, and across the inlet is the one where I was fishing and I seen it swim past, and that's confirmed at over 5 meters. Yeah, they're big, and I've said this in stream to many different streams and things like that.
Yeah.
You give me any alligator and I will jump in the water with it if I've got goggles and can watch where it's going. You give me a 1.5 meter crocodile, I won't get in the water with it.
So are they just naturally more aggressive?
They will attack you. There was a guy, and if you're in water with them, swimming, they will come and attack you, but they attack the head.
Oh, wow.
So he was on an island 30 k's from the coast a few months ago, and he was attacked. They bit him on the head.
God.
It was only 1.5 meters long.
So that's, I mean, yeah, because you see people have pets, like, especially here in the States, people have exotic pets, and they'll get, like, baby alligators and such. And, I mean, because that's roughly, 3-4 feet. Like, that's still something that people hold on, like, they rubber band their mouth shut and hold them and take pictures and stuff. And, but you don't think about, like, I mean, the amount of power they have in their down chomps, I guess. And, that they could tear out your throat. They could take off a hand. They could, I mean, I don't get it.
What a crocodile does, alligators are similar. They will grab and then they just do a roll. They just roll and they tear off your limbs.
The death roll, is that what that is?
Yeah.
I only know that because of Crocodile Dundee.
Yes, well,
but you also see that, like, you can, like, on nature shows and stuff, even captive crocodiles and alligators, whatever they keep, like, when they feed them, they still have that tendency. They'll grab it and they'll spin. But it makes sense, I guess, in the way that a dog will grab meat and they shake, so they can shake and rip it off. And it seems that that's their method of doing that, is they grab it and they just start spinning, and then eventually you'll twist that chunk off and it'll break.
Yeah. So I just Googled, and it's very close to the rates. I reckon there's a crocodile attack every 6 months and a fatality every year. I know that there was one a few ago that there was, I think, 4 or 5 within the couple hundred k's of where I lived, fatalities. And we know about all this. We know that they're bad. We know that they're dangerous.
Yeah.
They're opportunists.
Mm.
So I read a story years ago where there was and it's funny enough, it's the same as the movie for crocodiles. It's called Lake Placid.
Right, right.
So there was people walking along and they seen this crocodile and they noticed it. They seen it. It's sitting there. It didn't do nothing. So the next day they're walking along, seeing it again. Hasn't moved. Or so they thought.
Yeah.
So this went on for months. And what they didn't realise that every day the crocodile was getting an inch closer. Because complacency is bad for you.
Yeah.
And it got to within a position where it could actually attempt this attack, but it didn't succeed. But yeah, so what they'll generally do is they'll find a boat ramp or something like that, and they'll just sit there and wait. And the moment you're complacent, that's when they strike. But that being said, here's a good story for you. There was a bloke, Aussie, local town, this little township south of us.
Mm-hmm.
He got there and thought, I'm going to show off. And he was with a couple of backpacker ladies, and he decided that he would go and jump in the water to show that he's tough.
Oh, God.
So he stripped off his kit, went and jumped in the water. No sooner did he jump in the water than a croc grabbed him.
Oh, God. This is why I don't swim. I never learned how to swim, and that's my one weird thing about, well, not that's one of the weird things about me, is that I will not survive in water. But these are reasons why I'm like, I don't need to live in water because dangerous things are in the water, and I don't need to be there. It's their world.
And to go along with the stinger nets, so the stinger nets have big floats that sit around the top to keep it there. The crocs use those floats to sit on and sun themselves. So you've got your stinger net where it's only safe for you to swim, and the crocs are using it as a sunning platform.
God. Now, what about
anyway?
And I'm guessing there's just regular dangerous fish as well, right?
Yes. So we've got bull routes, stonefish, happy moments. So bull routes and stonefish. Bull route is a freshwater stonefish, and you've got your stonefish in the ocean. So basically, anywhere you like to walk, the stonefish will sit, and they're pretty venomous. But and then a happy moment. Happy moment is a fish that if you get spiked by it, the name is absolutely counterintuitive to what's going to be happening. And I've been stung by one, and my brother has been stung by one, and it's horrible. Basically, what they say is that you got to wait until the tide turns. So it's about 12 hours, give or take, of excruciating pain.
Wow. So now what about...
Moving on from that, we have plants that are like that too.
I was going to say, what about plants? Like we've covered a lot of animals. There's a lot of bugs. There's a lot of crawly things. There's big animals. So plants. Do you have dangerous plants?
Yes. We've got a plant called the suicide plant.
Oh, it's a great name.
It's actually called the gimpy gimpy. There's a few different names for it. Or the can't remember the more common one, but gimpy gimpy or the suicide plant. Basically, there's been people that have used the plant to wipe their bottoms after they've taken a dump in the bush.
Right.
And then killed themselves because of the pain.
Wow. That's the suicide. I don't think I've ever heard of that one. The suicide plant. I had my experience when I went to the UK, and we have them here, but I've just apparently never seen them. But they have the stinging nettle, and they're quite common, I guess, in England. And my friend told me that I have to have this experience that you get stung by a stinging nettle, and there's also another plant that grows near it that is like the antidote for it. But you brush it against your skin, and it burns like fire, and it's so bad. And then you take another plant and put the other plant, and it makes it fine. But I don't know that we have anything that's like extremely deadly like that. I don't think we have any kind of we don't have anything as bad as a suicide plant.
Yeah, so I've actually seen it while walking through the middle of the city I live in.
And now, so are they as bad? Like if you were to just brush against it? Like I know you're saying
Oh
people.
yeah. Not just one touch. That's enough.
Wow. I was gonna say, so it's not just the fact that they were rubbing it on their asshole. It's the fact that it touches their skin. Period. I guess.
Yes.
Wow.
So the spot where I seen it, I went back to look for it because I wanted it. I think it was for this, for chat and stream, your stream. I went back to look for it, and they had cleared out a patch of about 50 meters around where the plant was. Like stripped back to bare earth.
Yeah.
In that area.
Wow.
To make sure it doesn't come back.
That's crazy. So I mean, so it is basically everything in Australia can kill you,
or wants to,
Yeah. I was gonna be polite and say like maybe they don't want to, but maybe I mean I feel like they probably most of them do.
There is a awesome photo of I think it's a little sugar glider or something like that. It's like your little pet squirrel.
Yeah.
And it's got, the caption is, it's a meme. It's like, not everything in Australia can kill you. Don't be mistaken. He still wants to.
Right. I think I've seen that one. Yeah. Because there are, so we don't want to say everything is terrible. Like there are a lot of adorable things that live in Australia. But yeah, most of it is just really dangerous. And the temperature is pretty rough. Like, I mean, that's one of those things that as a wimpy American, I always picture everybody in Australia as being pretty sturdy. Like you guys have a lot to deal with on a day-to-day basis just from nature alone. So I feel like everybody there is pretty hardy and pretty sturdy and I feel like you guys could outlast us because we're pretty soft.
I think it's also the fact that because, and like, we get, like, I've been there and had backpackers and tourists get to know them, and the first half hour to an hour of that interaction is just me telling them that everything in Australia wants to kill them.
Right.
And then they get there and they finally realise that that's not the case.
Yeah.
But the potential is still there.
Yeah. It's definitely like, and it's kind of like, I think because I live in the city, but I used to live in the country, and like being in the country, it's not as dangerous as walking outside in Australia, but we still have, we have copperheads, water moccasins, like we have some poisonous snakes. They're not incredibly deadly as long as you get treatment, but I mean, at most we have, like the black widow and the brown recluse. And then, other than that, we have bears, or like wild wolves and stuff. But like most things here are fairly calm. I mean, I feel like most of the deaths in America are caused by people, not by crazy suicide plants or like, or spiders that live underneath the toilet.
That's only one of the spiders.
Right.
But it's harsh, tough, but you get used to it.
Yeah.
But like the kangaroo, like that's a true representation of a alpha male kangaroo.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure
and
that's
someone
Rocky,
said,
I think, right? The Rocky the
Roger?
kangaroo, or Roger. Yeah, Roger the kangaroo.
Someone said, is he got sunburn, that red tinge? Probably that's blood.
Right. And that would be, I guess, from fighting other males.
Yes. So kangaroo male is pretty awesome in the fact that when they fight, they retract their testes right up inside their bodies to protect them.
I mean, because animals do go for that. Like that's a well-known nature fact. Like especially when you're looking at great apes, that they go for the face and they go for the genitals because they are trying to remove you from the breeding pool. Like they don't necessarily want to kill you, but they want to make sure that you're not going to be able to breed. So, like a chimp, especially chimpanzees are well known for that. That they will, if they attack a person, they will rip off their face and they will rip off their genitals.
Yep. I just reminded myself of another animal that's pretty dangerous. So the big flightless birds of the world, you've got ostrich, which is the biggest. You've got emu as the second biggest, and then you've got the cassowary.
Oh, the cassowary. Yeah, those guys are dicks.
Yes. So if you look at birds, as in the ostrich is like a Great Dane, and then the emu is a big golden retriever, and then the cassowary is like the little yap dog that attacks fucking everything.
Right.
So they put warning signs when they've got a new cassowary go into a new area. They've got big toes, and what they'll do is they'll just walk up and just kick you in the chest and disembowel you.
I would say that's kind of what ostriches and I guess emus do that as well, don't they? They use their toe, their big. They have a big raptor toe, I think, and they will they'll reach. And I guess kangaroos do the same thing, though, don't they? Don't they?
Yes, kangaroos do that.
They grab you and they try to kick you to cut your guts open.
So they will do it in defense of themselves, where a cassowary will actually try to do it. They will.
Just because
they will go out of their way to do it.
Right.
Yeah.
That they're just dicks. I've read that I don't remember why it came up, but it came up one day and I was looking into that, and like they're awful. Like they're so just mean-spirited birds. That's crazy.
Yeah. So I mean, like you get some cassowaries in zoos and stuff like that. You see people riding ostriches. You see people with pet emus, but no one has a pet cassowary.
Well, because even I guess ostriches are usually like they talk like they're pretty mean, but they talk like they're mean in the way that like llamas are mean and not llamas. Well, I guess llamas and camels, that they just generally don't like people and they will spit on you and bite you and stuff like that. But obviously an ostrich can kill a person, but you don't really hear a lot about ostriches going nuts and trying to kill people. Yeah, so don't buy a cassowary ever.
No.
So let's talk about weird stuff. Do you want to talk about weird stuff?
Definitely.
So Australia is, and this is one of those areas that I love because I never get to talk much about this, but Australia has a lot of folklore, mythological cryptids and such. There's, I know we've talked about some of this. We'll save some of the better ones for the last, but like the moa. I think we were talking about that. Wasn't there some mention that they believe that the moa might still exist?
So moa is New Zealand.
Oh, New Zealand. Okay, that's right. And the moa was a giant prehistoric bird. Yeah, much bigger than ostrich. And let's see, the other one you've got.
Star Wars got the
Star Wars in. The other one is you guys have your version of the Bigfoot, which is the Yowie.
So we've got two, which is Yowie and Bunyip.
The Bunyip, yes, yes.
So and I've looked more into other parts of the world than close, but I grew up in an area where Yowie was a very common themed, and then there was another area where they spoke more about it being Bunyip.
So if my memory serves, the Bunyip is more of kind of a weird monster thing, and is it less of a Bigfoot creature and more of just like a weird hodgepodge creature, or is it considered more of a Bigfoot type creature now?
Bigfootish?
Okay.
I don't know enough. As I said, I've been more of those, as the line of questioning we're going to look at doing is the ancient alien type stuff. I've been more in that rather than the mythical creature type scenario setting.
One thing I did hear, I was going to say, was the Yowie, which I don't know. Honestly, I don't think that there've been any photos of it, but they talk like it's pot-bellied, that it's a pot-bellied Bigfoot, and they accredit it to being pot-bellied because it's a vegetarian. And so it's eating tons of plant fiber and it gets a fat pot belly.
Yes. Yeah, pot belly. Very, very much so.
Yeah.
The dad bod.
Right. The dad bod.
Or common for Australia is the beer gut.
In America, maybe they use this there too, but in America they like to say that's the six pack for the what do they say? It's the V8 for the love engine or some shit.
Okay.
Or the beer keg.
I've heard it described that most men want to get a six pack, but real men get the keg.
Right. Yeah, they get the keg. So the other, let's see. Oh, the other animal we've talked about before was the Tasmanian tiger. And
yes.
I feel like we're on the same page that I think both of us tend to agree that there's probably some that still exist.
Yeah, I believe it's kicking around.
And especially because you live in Australia, and you're probably experienced enough and worldly enough to know that the country is probably it feels like to me that there's a large part of it that is unpopulated and a huge area of land for anything to live in that no one is ever going to be in that area. Is that pretty accurate? As far as the outback, is that what you call it? The unpopulated areas? Is that kind of just considered the outback?
Out past the black stump, yes.
And so there's tons and tons of room for things to live out there that no one is ever going to know about.
As we said, sort of thing with the population, majority of Australian population is within 15 k's of the coastline.
Yeah.
That's a big chunk of Australia that's still got fuck all going on.
Right. And that's like in America, because we have the Pacific Northwest, most of the Bigfoot sightings would kind of center around the Pacific Northwest over in in Oregon, Washington, kind of in the big wooded areas. And there is literally just hundreds and hundreds of miles of forest that no one lives in. And it boggles my mind that people think that we know where everything is, that we've discovered everything on the planet. And it's you could get lost. People go out there and get lost and they would never, ever find them ever again. And so it's just unbelievable that people they can't even have the idea. Like, they don't even want to think like, oh yeah, there could be something out there. That they're just like, no, we know where everything is. There's no way they would exist. It's like there's nobody goes there. And kind of like in Australia, I mean, I feel like no one, it's like that one person that that disappears one day, walks off into the woods, and then you never see him again. And it's like there's so much out there to, number one, to kill you, and then number two, like, the people don't even live there. So and especially I like to believe in the fanciful. I like to believe that there's a lot of things that are still there that have disappeared. And I mean, and I think there, just the little bit of evidence they have on the Tasmanian tiger, and some of the videos they have. I mean, it definitely, the videos that have come up recently, they don't look like anything else. At least they don't look like something that should be there based on what they've said about it, that the stripings and the markings and the way that they move, that doesn't look like a native animal that people know about.
Yeah, well, we've discussed sort of sightings and all that over the last couple of years, and the further we go along in time, the less there's been sightings in their natural habitat, and more along the mainland of Australia, where they were supposedly wiped out from first.
Yeah.
And so, and it's not a small zone where they've been sighted. So they've been sighted from Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, and that's the east coast.
Yeah. And I would wonder.
And the photos of those were better than what they had from Tasmania sightings.
Yeah. I was going to say, I would wonder if people, I mean, because these were, I think it was like early 1900s, whenever the last one that died in captivity. And I would wonder, do we really know enough about them? We have, the knowledge we have is from 100 plus years ago. Did we even know much about them, about their habits, or about how they survive? And because the other thing is, we call them tigers, and they look very tiger-like, but they are a marsupial. And so I would think that they have much different survival instincts and behave differently than a big cat or a big dog. And so I would just really wonder, do we actually know enough about them to even say they could never live here, or they could never live there? Like, it just seems like so much of that is still up for debate, I would think.
Yeah, I've been thinking the same sort of thing. It's like 1933 was the last one captured. That was in Tasmania, and yeah, they're marsupial, and they're not a dog, they're not a wolf.
Yeah,
they're a marsupial, which is marsupials are similar to your kangaroos and your
the American possum,
koala bears,
yeah,
and things like that.
I know one weird thing, because in America, just as a side note, because we have possums, and it's the only marsupial that we have in North America, and they look like rats, and people they have this mentality that it's a big rodent, but it's a marsupial. Like, it has a pouch like a kangaroo, and so its infants are raised in the pouch, and they gestate as live little embryo things or whatever, living in the pouch, and then they come out. But they have different they have a different metabolism, they have different body temperatures than your standard mammal. And so here people always say, oh, possums carry rabies, but they don't, because they're marsupials. And being marsupials, they have different reactions to viruses and bacteria and infections, because so much of that is targeted toward warm-blooded mammals. They're not targeted toward marsupials. And so just physiologically, I mean, I think they have, again, I don't know too much about this, but they have different enough physiology that not everything affects them in the way that it does a standard mammal. And so, yeah, back to that point of like, maybe we don't know because, I mean, information back from 1933 is going to be much different than what we would learn now. And so we probably just don't know enough about them.
Yeah, well, I always thought, is it opossum or do you call them possum?
It's technically it is opossum. Yeah, the American opossum.
Because we got possums and they're wild ones are pets.
Yeah.
Like, I remember my mate, he opened up the manhole into the cavity for his ceiling one day, and there was a possum there, so they started feeding it, and it was their own pet.
Right.
I've been camping and sitting there eating my dinner, and a possum came along and jumped up on my lap. Scared the absolute crap because it was the size of a dog.
Yeah.
They're not aggressive. They don't look like your opossum with those big teeth and all that sort of stuff. So I sort of feel like we should swap.
Right, yeah. It is weird because, I mean, it makes me wonder, did somebody take your possums and bring them to America and take ours and take them over there? Because the ones we have are definitely much scarier and, I mean, they're it's funny because they're not really aggressive. They're just very defensive. That if you go after them, then they can definitely hurt you. But that's where we maybe you have this too. We have the saying playing possum for playing dead. That if like when you're playing dead, like if when you're kids, we learn this little phrase. It's like you lay down and you play dead, and they say you're playing possum because they pretend to be dead. So much to the point that they will piss themselves and shit themselves to make them seem unappealing to a predator. And so they just pretend to be dead, and they bloat up and they stiffen up because animals don't want to eat something dead. They want to catch something alive and eat it fresh. And so that's their weird defense mechanism is they play possum.
That's probably why they moved them to America, because our animals aren't like that.
Right. But yeah, because it's like they just give up and they're like, nope. Yeah, it's if you look up the possums in Australia, they're definitely much cuter than the ones that we have. People do have American opossums as pets. They have like, I guess they're pretty docile once if you raise them from young, but I mean, they have like a mouth full of fangs. Like they have razor sharp teeth, and I think they are a little more what's the term you use? Or opportunists. I think they're a little more opportunists than anything. I don't think they actively hunt, but they eat they definitely eat meat, but I don't know that they really hunt. I think it's mostly bugs and scraps. And for me, they eat cat food because I put cat food outside for stray animals, and we get possums that come and eat cat food. But yeah, they're an interesting animal. So yeah, I mean, back to the old Tasmanian tiger thing. I mean, because they have a different physiology, and so I think it would be extremely fascinating if we found something like that. Not only for finding an animal that we thought we had wiped out that happened to survive, but just for being able to research something like that, because that's a one-of-a-kind thing. I mean, it's there. I feel like in an almost shitty way, there's so many weird, variations of animals. Like there's so many dogs that have just been bred from dogs and dogs and dogs. I mean, but you only really have like. Dingoes are pretty unique, and then hyenas are pretty unique, and wolves and dogs and coyotes to an extent. But otherwise, it's like, with the Tasmanian tiger, it's like that's the only one. Like that was literally the only one that was like that. There's never been another like large marsupial that looked like that, and it sucks that we had to wipe it out. Because I feel like that would have been something really cool to know about.
Yes, but at least we still have the devil.
That's true. Yeah, those things I did see a bit on those, like on a TV show. Those things are absolutely awful. The Tasmanian devils,
scary.
like they will
That's
shred
scary.
anything to bits. I mean, it seemed like I think it actually was a Steve Irwin show that that it was one of the things that even he wouldn't mess with. That they're so aggressive and so dangerous and have like such sharp teeth and like they're vicious, but they're little. But they're like, it's like if you took a Chihuahua and gave it razors for teeth.
Yes, when they handle them, you see them wear these massive, great big gloves that you'd associate with feeding great white sharks,
Right.
and it's the size of a half a cat.
Right.
So the example for the Disney devil is very accurate.
Right.
What they're like.
Just without the blood and gore, I think. Yeah, because he's. But yeah, it's.
So I was living in Western Australia, and there was a zoo just down the road from where I lived, and we had a big storm go through, and it knocked over the fence. So I think there was half a dozen Tassie devils that got out,
Oh, God.
and they didn't just let them go because they found footprints like 80 k's away. So they were still actively chasing and searching for them 80 k's away,
Wow.
trying to track them down.
So is that something? Did they live in a very like? Are they in a pretty?
Tasmania.
Okay, so they tend to stay in a pretty specific area. Then I guess they don't really they don't roam the entire country or live in other places. They're pretty confined to a certain area. And so like if they would that be an invasive species? Like would they, if they get out or if they decided to migrate or something, would they take over and ruin a country? Like if somebody brought them to America, if somebody brought a batch of them here and let them go, would they just ravage everything? Or like how do they I don't know what I'm trying to say. Do they kind of keep to themselves, or would they try to spread if given the chance? Like you were saying, they were trying to chase them down and catch them. Would they become a nuisance if they were to go unchecked?
I don't know enough about them.
Okay.
I know that they're communal, so they're not just loners.
Right.
I don't know that also they I think it's the only animal in the world that has infectious cancer.
Okay.
So they got cancer that in communal, if they go over and kiss the other animals or sniff them or interact with them, that they can spread the cancer to the other animal.
Wow. So does that work for humans as well? Can they infect humans?
I don't know.
Okay.
But, so it's called DFTD, which is a devil facial tumor disease, and it's a type of, well, I could be wrong. When I was looking into it a while ago, I thought it was just a cancer. Is a clonally transmissible cancer.
That's a very interesting thing. Okay, Battery is saying no, that is limited to them. Okay, that would be extremely dangerous. Like if that were the case, if they could go around and infect everybody, infect people in massive populations with that. I'm learning so much. And it's so much better to learn it from instead of just reading it. But we'll move on. We'll move on to more fun things. This is. I feel like we're ruining chances to have. There was. You had sent me a video that I watched a lot of, not all 7 hours.
I like this.
And it was
How much
about
did you see?
so I watched most of like the first part of it. Let me give the background. So the video, it's about a 7-hour video about ancient structures and the idea that a lot of the stuff would not or could not have been built by people based on the materials. Because a lot of times we hear about ancient aliens, we hear about humans having high technology in the past that we aren't aware of, and but this video really broke it down and showed a lot of from a construction point of view. Oh, the cat knocked over his bed. That they were showing these blocks, like for the first part of it, I think was mostly about Egypt, and then it moved on to different parts of the world, and showed all the similar things that were found all across the world in all of these ancient megastructures. And most of it, I'd seen pieces of it before. Like I'd never seen all of it in its entirety. Which is kind of why I watched a lot of the first part about Egypt, and then I kind of jumped to the other parts and watched some of the little bits about the other parts of the world. And it was really interesting because I'm saying the word interesting a lot tonight. I'm sorry. They were showing these very intricate things like saw marks and edges that were cut with such precision that there's no way a person could have done that with a stone tool. And all of these things that they, and it's funny because and I don't remember, like in the video, I don't think they necessarily tried to say that it was aliens or that, the space people did it or Martians built it or anything. I think their intention was more trying to point out how inconsistent it is to think that people did all of this stuff with stone tools. Because we're talking 6,000 plus years ago or 4,000 plus years ago. And that one of the things they talked about a lot was the hardness scale of the materials, that a lot of things that are like granite has a very specific hardness scale, and in order to cut that, you need something harder than that. I
can take over from here.
Okay, good.
Right. So this is the sort of bread and butter that I do. I go down the rabbit hole and continue finding all the information and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I did. You said a little bit of background on it and all that sort of stuff. So I've gone back through and watched about an hour of the show over the last couple of days. So now, obviously, we're talking about 12,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's all conjecture. No one knows for certain, and it's all he said, she said type situation. So apparently, we're going back 11,700 years is a very common time frame.
Yes.
For events happening around the world.
The Younger Dryas period.
Yeah, so when you're talking about Egypt, they're talking about dynastic period, which was around 3000 BC, so about 5,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And that they term the early dynastic, which is 3150 to 2680 is BC. Now, at that time is when we apparently came out of caveman status.
Right.
So when they look at caveman status, that means Bronze Age tools, which means things like sandstone is the densest material that we could be interacting and sculpting on a widespread scale.
Right.
Okay, building buildings and stuff like that. So pre that time is what for Egypt was called the Pre-Dynastic. And they were around 11,700 BC and earlier.
Right.
And confirmation, don't know, but if you look at the structures around the world, there is two distinct levels of stonework interaction. The majority of the pre-dynastic type frame was granite, which needs diamond level toolwork. We didn't do diamond level until the 19th century. Now, that doesn't mean you couldn't spend many, many moons interacting with granite and sculpting or using it, but on the level that they did with these monoliths that are 1,650 tons and stuff like that, that are very fragile. So if you're trying to move it and one of your logs that you're rolling along is off kilter, that monolith will fracture and break.
Right.
Now, we can only move those with these massive, great big 50-story high cranes at this time of our evolution and civilization and things like that. So at around that 11,700 BC, Egypt stopped being the pre-dynastic type frame. The Incas and Aztecs, there was a cataclysmic shift that happened in their civilizations. So you can see the interaction with a lot of their temples and pyramid-y type structures. And a lot of it all shows that in majority of human life, we all went east-west to our buildings. East-west, north-south. But these pre-dynastic buildings are all out by between 23 and 30 degrees, which brings you along the lines of a cataclysmic event. Now, there's a lot of different theories, and they say of different things like a meteor hitting the Earth, which was the rapid end of the last ice age around the 12,000 years ago.
Right.
It was a civilization that disappeared around that time frame. Do you know what that one is?
Atlantis.
Yes.
and just let me side note you. And so just for some scientific background on that is this is why, especially in the permafrost, they're finding so many like frozen woolly mammoths and such. They're finding all of these creatures that died very, very quickly so much that they were frozen almost instantly. They had food in their mouths. They had food in their stomachs. Like, these were deaths that were not slow and drawn out. They weren't, they didn't just die and naturally got frozen or disintegrated or whatnot. That it was very, very quick. Like, there's a lot of evidence to show that something happened and everything died very instantaneously. Yes. around that 12,000 years ago period. So yeah.
So what happened for the Egyptians, and it can be loosely described as a plasma ball, struck Egypt at a horizontal angle, which sort of brings into the theory that it was at dawn from an east to west direction. There's granite that was melted, which means it has to have been over 1,000-degree temperature. There's apparently pyramids. The original pyramids, they looked like they were built by the pre-dynastic, and then the dynastic Egyptians worked over top of those sort of buildings and stuff like that.
Right.
And what has happened is when that plasma ball, quotations,
right,
hit, it exploded the casing stone off a lot of this stuff. And so as I said, there's a lot of conjecture, but it looks like at a specific moment in time, at around that 11,700 years ago, work on a global scale ceased instantaneously.
Mm-hmm.
There's 1,200-ton monoliths that were in the process of being dug out of the ground, and they just stopped.
Right.
Why did they not continue? But the thing is, with those monoliths, they look like they've been scooped,
Yeah.
like a woodworker with a chisel, sculpting. There's grooves, it's sculpted, it's scooped out. Doesn't look like someone with a hammer and chisel that's trying to dig out a stone block out of a cliff face,
Right.
sort of thing. And you'll see evidence of what the dynastic Egyptian type thing does, where they've dug holes, and then they would have used with the bronze tools. And then they put in wooden spike type things, and then they douse it in water, which expands the wood, which then cracks it off, and then they've got to sculpt it and stylize it in the shape that they want. But it's so yeah, this stuff fascinates me because I grew up, this is back to me from my childhood. I grew up as a Jehovah's Witness, doing religious studies at school, things like that. Then I got to a teenager, we moved schools, and parents have asked me whether I wanted to continue with the religious studies or not, and I decided that I wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't discredit the information, I just discredited the information was the fact of someone who knew exactly what they were talking about.
Right.
I've always said there's three sides to every story: your side, my side, and the truth.
Right.
And religion was based on what they thought to be the truth at that time.
Right.
What's the famous quote? Anything that's significantly advanced can appear as if as magic.
Right.
So everything that you can contribute to religion could be described as in aliens,
Right.
or a significantly advanced technology. Which brings me back to where we are. So I looked at all this sort of stuff and tried to work out what happens if it was just advanced civilization.
Right.
The cuts in the stone on a size and scale that needed to be machined. And the machines had to have been on a massive scale that we still struggle to mirror or match.
Yeah.
Perfection in their cuts. The fact that these massive temples and pyramids and all that were built on such a immense scale that you still can't get a piece of human hair between these 400-ton blocks.
Yeah. Which is insane.
Anywhere. Anywhere.
It's unbelievable to think of something that weighs 400 tons. I mean, that, like, I've never... one of these days, I would love to go see the pyramids because, I mean, they talk like it's just mind-blowing to see them in person, that it's such a massive structure that you can't really comprehend what it looks like until you actually see it in person. And like what you were talking about with the coverings and the I think they talked about there were descriptions of the pyramids used to make them sound like they shimmered in the sun, that they had some type of cover stones or covering that made them very reflective and very shiny, that it wasn't just dense dull, sand color, that it was like that they were very, very massively beautiful and smooth, and all of that seems to have been blown off.
Yes. So I had an interesting conversation with a gentleman I met. He's a New Zealander, about 10 years ago, and he was only a young man. He was only in his early 20s, and he's had a theory that with the pyramids and Bermuda Triangle and things like that, that the capstone for the main pyramid was removed, and that's to be found in the Bermuda Triangle.
Okay.
and the capstone of the pyramid was part of that ancient civilization technology, and that was the control, and that's why it interacts with all the flight and navigation and things like that of any ships and planes going through the Bermuda Triangle, and has that interaction. So I always thought, well, that's a little bit far-fetched, but could there be some semblance of truth to it? Because just about all myths and legends have a smidgen of truth to them.
Right.
But the something else that I was thinking about. So yeah, speaking of the pyramids, so Egypt is supposedly 30, 40, 50 meters below ground. What we see, there's 30, 40 meters of debris, soil, stuff on top. So what we see is only a small fraction. Same thing, the Easter Island.
Right. Easter Island. Yeah.
So you're only seeing their head, but their whole body is below ground.
Right. Which I guess they've proven with ground radar and stuff like that. That I did see something about that. That those heads on Easter Island are actual complete body structures that are buried up to the neck.
Yeah. So the Giza Plateau or Tanis, the area around there is not able to sustain any flora. So the surface is basically a wasteland. There's only a few very scraggly, feral, wiry plants that live on it.
Mm-hmm.
And they reckon that the surface is akin to like walking on the moon.
Right.
But right beside it is the most fertile land in the region, which is the Nile and the part of Egypt there. So they can't get anything to grow, and that brings back to that myth, that sort of thought process of there being that plasma ball that fried the city and done all that damage, and
Right.
it's still doesn't sustain life.
Right. That it scorched everything and burnt everything to a crisp to where it can't sustain life or anything.
Yep.
And
Now,
like you said, and it seems like that was and it seems like that kind of holds true for all of the mega structures in the world, that it seems that a lot of them share very similar characteristics as far as the accuracy and the tools that were used, that they found very similar cut marks and saw marks and tool marks on all these different unrelated structures across the world that look very much, I mean, again, I think we kind of centralize Egypt because I think everybody knows that there are pyramids in Egypt, but people don't always remember that there are pyramids in Mexico, that there are pyramids, like in other South American countries, and that there's all kinds of megastructures all across the world that have very similar builds.
Pyramids underneath the ocean that they can see through some of the technology. There's the Aztecs, there's the Incas, there's Asia, there's pyramids found all around the world, and the technology levels of their workings, the stone workings, have two distinct blends. Some are post-caveman and some are pre-caveman, and everything that's shown from pre is vastly superior to anything that came after.
Right.
So, like my theory thought process was that pre 11, let's say 12,000 years ago, world was a vastly superior species,
Right.
civilizations around the world. There was a cataclysmic event which put everyone into the caves, which is where you've got a lot of these cave civilizations. I think, is it? I haven't looked into the cave sort of civilizations, but think, is it Portugal or I'm not too sure. Somewhere in Europe, there's whole civilizations of cave. There we go. There's the fire.
There we go. Yeah.
So there's whole like cities that were underground.
Yeah,
Mediterranean area.
Yeah, that there's a lot of because I remember they were usually you can see that stuff in a lot of the Searching for Atlantis type shows where they found all of these things that are below sea level that the oceans and waters have been they've taken over, and that it looked like a lot of the coastline was much further out than it is now, and that's the first thing to go, which is always that's the big fright with any type of climate change or sea rise, is that all the coastal property is going to be the first to go because the water is going to rise and it's going to reclaim the edges and all the beachfront property is going to be wiped out.
So I didn't hear about this until I started looking into it, and I think it might have been on that 7 hours, is that Easter Island doesn't just have all the things on the land. There's also another line of them 200 meters below sea level that circumvent the island.
Interesting. Okay. I don't know that I've seen that. So it seems that Easter Island was much more, or it's much smaller now than it was previously, that it used to be a much larger landmass before the water took over.
Yep.
Or they built them underwater, which wouldn't make much sense. And that would be super difficult, I think. There's also...
I don't know about you. I can hold my breath for a couple minutes, but not enough to sculpt a massive monolith.
Yeah, or drop some multi-ton block. I think there's one of the more famous ones. It's I think it's off the coast of Japan that there's a large underwater, like huge carved out structure that's just off the coast of Japan. That's I can't remember the name of it, but that is one of those things, like there's no way like that. I mean, they would have had to have built it on land. It's not natural. It's something that has been overtaken by the oceans.
Yeah, there's a few. I think they're finding remnants of many cities and things like that through the Mediterranean that have been flooded, not obviously.
Right.
No, actually, there's the amount of time to build it, that sort of stuff. No one could live that long if they're doing it underwater.
Oops, I think it's this. Oh, that's a really long link. Let me try that again. Tiny. I think that's what it is. The Yaganugi structures. Let's see.
So through history, we know that sea level has never been a constant level. Like the first peoples of Australia came via a land bridge from Asia and things like that. So, like, there's been studies of if they wasn't a land bridge, how did they come to Australia? How many? And they would have had to have been 200 families that originally came for it to have been a survivable civilization that founded Australia back in the day, and for them to get here on those little log canoes would have been inconceivable sort of level, so that leads more weight to the land bridge theory.
Mm-hmm.
So there's as I said, how much of it is myth, how much of it is fact or truth. Is yeah.
Yeah,
Australia are very good at inventions.
right.
The majority of the best inventions of the world have come through Australia. Not yanking the own chain, but there has been a lot.
I mean, you guys had Yahoo Serious. I mean, he was young Einstein. He invented bubbles in beer.
Bubbles in beer.
Do you do this is a segue question. Do you guys watch a lot of Australian movies, or are they laughable? Like, do they make weird Australian movies like Young Einstein just for an American culture, or do they make them for Australia?
Only speaking for myself.
Right.
If you say it's an Australian film, I won't watch it.
Gotcha.
Which is funny because the Australian actors and actresses are taking over the fucking world.
Yeah.
And yet, if it's made here, it's fucking horrible. It might have more to do with the directors
Right.
than the actors.
There are a lot. I mean, it is interesting that there are so many Australian actors. Somebody mentioned earlier when we were talking about animals, they said you got to watch out for roaming packs of Hemsworths in Australia and Jackmans. But I mean, yeah, there's so many, especially even. I mean, I think it's more noticeable now because you get to see so many more interviews. I think, before the internet really existed, you would randomly catch an actor on like a night show or talk show or something, and a lot of times, I think less people were faking accents. I think they were using more natural citizens from the areas they were from, but it's like now you can almost not tell if an actor isn't American. Like watching things like The Walking Dead, the guy that played why did I blank on his name? Lincoln, what's his name? Lincoln, is very, very British, but I had no idea. Like I thought he was a deep Southern, friggin' hillbilly, but no, he's like incredibly British. But it only and Australians do amazing American accents as well, but it doesn't.
No one
seem,
can do Australian accents.
Yeah, it doesn't work the other way. That Europeans, Australians, everybody else, they can do American accents flawlessly, but we cannot do British or Australian, and not lumping them together. But we cannot do those accents properly to make it believable. But I think the other way works, and I find that super fascinating that that they can fake an American accent to the point that we don't even know. But it's obvious when an American tries to do a European accent or an Australian accent. Robert Pattinson told everybody he was from Georgia when he started making American movies. His American accent is questionable, though. I don't know. Like, Robert Pattinson, I saw him in something recently, and he was playing like a Deep South preacher, and he was not quite believable as a Deep South preacher. He wasn't as good as Andrew Lincoln on sounding like a hillbilly. Because he's still, I think he's, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like Pattinson would be a little posh. I don't know if that's just me thinking that, but he seems like he'd be kind of a posh prick to meet him in real life.
So speaking of the accents, I seen that. I only watched it yesterday. There was a YouTube clip where Hugh Jackman had challenged Conan, saying that he'd been all around the world all the time, and it was very noticeable that he'd never come to Australia.
Oh yeah.
So Conan got a Aussie speech coach.
Yeah.
To teach him some Australian lingo and accent, and oh my God, it was cringeworthy.
There is something, and I know I made fun of you for this the other night, that it's incredibly difficult because the Australian word for no has like 7 vowels in it, and that it's not just no. That
No.
No. It
No.
has some extra E's and U's, and that it's no. And plus, and British people, they love to add R's to the end of words. They add extra R's to things. But yeah, I think honestly, I would think a British accent would be easier than an Australian accent. I think there's just such a distinction, and well, I say that, and it's actually, I think for an American, it's difficult sometimes to tell the difference. But I feel like you being an Australian, if you would know that, like an Englishman and an Australian would definitely know the difference. Hearing each other, they would know right away that they're not close. I don't know. Do you think that? Like, do you think Australian accent is close to a British accent, or do you see it like
certain areas?
Okay.
So, and there's back to the very first Twitch stream I ever watched. He's a Brummie, so he's from a area of England, and he always gets asked whether he's an Australian. And so they have a very similar sort of accent to Australia. And there is a town apparently in Scotland that, even though it's one town in Scotland, apparently they all talk with an Aussie accent.
Weird. I need to.
And it's never been something that was deliberately done. It's just that's how they ended up with their accent, and it sounds Aussie.
See that. I think that's just, that's a thing that people don't think about. That, like, how does that come about? Like, I mean, I think we know now that it comes about because that's what you hear. Like, I had a story my aunt used to tell me. She was in Texas and they were learning Spanish in college. And this is back before, obviously, this is before the internet. This is like record players. And they, so their teacher was teaching them Spanish. And one day the teacher brought in a record player that had, voice lessons on this record of this Spanish speaking person. And when they heard it, they realized they had learned American Southern accent Spanish, that they were saying, como se llama, and not learning it with a flat accent. They were learning it sounding like a Texan. And I think it makes sense that a person, like, if as a child, like you as a child, your parents have a very distinct accent and you mimic what they say. And so therefore, I think that's how accents kind of keep going, is that a child in an area that you mimic what you know. And, but it's like, how did that happen in, like you were saying, that town in Scotland? It seems like at some point, another culture, or not culture, but like another group, another region is going to accidentally have the same accent that somebody else does. Just randomly, like a random chance in nature, it seems like that those sounds are all going to somehow repeat themselves.
Speaking of that Spanish accent, I was working with a lady. She was Spanish. She had been approached by the local airport here to become a translator for them, because of her ability to speak English and Spanish. And so every morning we went to work, I would hold a conversation with her in Spanish until I couldn't talk no more.
Right.
If that makes sense. So not that I couldn't physically speak. We ran out of words I knew and conversation topic and that line of good morning, how are you, sort of along those lines. And she got there and she's like, this is weird. You do not have an accent. So when you speak Spanish, you speak Spanish. You don't speak Spanish with an Australian accent behind it. You don't speak Spanish of the north of Spain accent or south of Spain, you just speak Spanish.
Right.
So it was, yeah.
So
It's interesting, like you said, that they spoke the Spanish with an American Southern lingo
right.
to it.
It was like cowboys speaking Spanish. Como se llama? I can't remember any other words. What else did they say? Bueno. That's bueno. But yeah, like you don't, because without a baseline, you don't know. You don't know. Like, it's just like if you take an American child, like if you take an American baby and they're raised in Australia and all they hear is Australian accents, then they're going to sound Australian because that's how they learn to speak. And so it is. I've had to sort of. I've had to fight my way to not sound like too much of a redneck because all my family sounds like a redneck. So I have to practice.
You hear a lot of people that have been here for 20, 30 years, and you can still tell they're not speaking Australian naturally.
That it's kind of, and I think people do, I think socially, I know I find myself doing that I sometimes pick up on things that people say or how they say it. I know I started doing that when I was visiting, like whenever I was in the UK, I was picking up on certain things and pronunciations of words were coming out different. And I think that's a more of a social, like a human social thing, is that I think we start not like assimilating, but I think we start getting this familiar sound. Like, if people are talking enough together, then all of them will start kind of saying the same things or sounding the same, even if they sound very different at the beginning. And it makes me wonder if that's some weird human brain thing that happens, but I don't know. This is also a dumb question. Obviously Australia was well populated before white people moved there. Is there a native Australian language, like the native oh my god, what is the Maori? Is it the Maori, or am I thinking
Maori?
The Maori.
Maori is New Zealand.
New Zealand, okay.
So in Australia, there is the Aboriginal.
Okay, just the Aborigines. Okay,
the First Peoples, the Indigenous. Now, for us in Australia, for them, every group has their own language.
Okay.
So there was dozens of different dialects for the Indigenous.
So that's kind of how it was in America then, because a lot of the First Nations in America, they all had different. I think they had. I guess there were probably a lot of similarities, but I think they all had different, distinct languages, and that's where translators came in handy whenever we were stealing the country from people. But that's a different story. But yeah, I kind of realized, like, I didn't know if there was like a native language that was in Australia, but that is interesting that it was very spread out between the different
hundreds.
Interesting. It's very interesting. All right, so we've kind of segued. I'm sorry. So back to the ancient architecture stuff.
Oh yeah.
And I'm curious now. Let me see. So you mentioned, and if this again, I know you said you don't really get offended. I don't want to reach too far into personal questions. You'd mentioned being a Jehovah's Witness, and that led you to question things. Was there, and it made me curious in my brain. Was there something specific that, like, was there like a parable? Was there a story? Was there something that you remember that was like that defining moment to where you were like, wait a second, something is weird and I need to figure out what it is? Like, was there a moment or a story from that upbringing that caused you to question and move into the path that you're in now? If that makes sense. I can give you an example.
Yes.
If you like, for me, when I was reading I consider myself spiritual. I would not necessarily consider myself a very religious person. I would consider myself more of a spiritual person. And for me, one of my moments was in researching, some biblical things, like reading through Genesis and such, and seeing the stories about the Nephilim, kind of triggered something in my brain that I was like, wait a second, this is clearly talking about angels coming down and mingling with human beings and making a race of giants. And that's why the planet got destroyed. And no one talks about this. No one points out this tiny little blurb in the middle of the story that makes everything so much more important and such a different version of the story when it comes to the flood, is that it very clearly talks about this race of people that were not supposed to be here, that were, they were half angel, half human, and that they needed to be wiped out. And like, that was kind of one of my moments that, in this, I was never really like, I don't want to say indoctrinated in like a bad way, but like, I was never that deep into religion and going to like, Bible school and stuff like that. But that was just one of those things that jumped out at me one day, that I'm like, this is weird. Like, what is this story that nobody talks about? And then when you look further into it, there's a whole huge study of this. There's firm beliefs that the Nephilim are still in existence. There's firm belief that the Nephilim were the monster, not the monsters. They were the Sumerian gods that were talked about in ancient Sumerian history. Like when you get into Zechariah Sitchin, the Anunnaki, that came from another planet, and they created humans using their DNA to make slaves out of people to build things for them and mine gold. Like, there's so many interconnected stories that tie to this weird little tiny phrasing about half angel, half human giants. And that was my example. That was kind of one of my little moments that I'm like, wait a second, I need to really think about this, and I really need to look further into this whole thing. So that was my example. Like, do you have was there a moment or a story from being a Jehovah's Witness that led you to seeking more expansion of your knowledge?
I believe in agnostic.
Okay.
So I didn't know about the term agnostic until a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I was brought up to believe that you're either religious or you're an atheist.
Right.
And I didn't believe that there was enough evidence to disprove God.
Right.
Because there's so many things that have happened through life's existence and things like that, back to that quote, could be contributed to some sort of God act.
Right.
Or a sort of thing. So I was, and then I seen a meme, a quote that made it funny. Well, there's been a couple. My two favourite ones. One's going to be very accurate in the way the meme came out, was that Odin promised the world that he would get rid of giants, and God promised the world he would get rid of sin. I don't see any giants around here.
Right.
And the other one was that religion, because like languages all around the world, everyone's got their own religion, everyone's got their own book for their religion that they believe in, and it comes down to that religion is basically like you've been put in a room to study a test. In that room, there is 20 books, not told which book you need to study. Your test on whether you go to heaven or hell is based on the correct book. And if you study that correct book, you get to go to heaven.
Right.
And every other book is to hell.
Right.
But you're not told which one it is. Really? If there's a God out there, that's his way he's going to treat everyone.
Right. Like, that's the test.
And so I've always thought that there's some semblance of truth to a God or a supreme being that could be contributed for people with low IQ, that it's a God act.
Mm-hmm.
And so as I sort of, I'll put this out there, I'm highly intelligent, but extremely stupid.
Right.
So I've done school where I did 2 years where I didn't do a single thing in my class, and then did the test and came the top in my class.
Yeah.
And had the other kids in my class get there and go, "Oh, is that right, sir? He doesn't do anything in our class." And he goes, "Well, I didn't mark his tests." They're like, "How do you mean you didn't mark his tests?" He goes, "I had to give it to one of the other teachers because he studied their curriculum, not ours."
Yeah.
And so that was at that same time that I formulated my own belief system in whether there's a God, heaven, hell, aliens, and stuff like that. That was around that same time.
Right.
So I am extremely stubborn and pig-headed, but I'm very open to beliefs that aren't my own. So 80% of me is, should be right, go with the flow.
Yeah.
10% is you can change my mind, and 10% is like, no, fucking my way or no way.
Right.
And as I said, so I've come to be an agnostic, is that there's not enough evidence to prove or disprove God.
Right. And which honestly, I mean, I don't mean to cut you off. Like, I feel like that even, I get that people don't want to believe in any type of God, but I feel like agnosticism is easier to at least be like, yeah, there could be, you know, like, or not easier, but safer. Like, who knows? Maybe everybody's wrong. Maybe, you know, maybe there's nothing. But on that chance, like, isn't it just easier in your brain to be like, maybe there's a God, maybe there's something, instead of just being like, nope, there's nothing. I don't believe it, not one word of it. Instead of just being like, sure, there's a chance. I'll accept that there's a possibility. Like, that's why agnosticism makes sense to me instead of atheism. Again, no offense, atheists, but it just seems like, wouldn't it be easier just to be like, sure, maybe there is? And it would avoid so many arguments too.
I also have the sort of a thought process, a belief that in the background of my mind that if I wasn't a JW, I still be a practicing religion, because they're a little bit out there,
Right.
So like I know that my mum was sick at one stage, and there was a controversy in whether because AWs don't take other people's blood, they don't take other people's body parts, they don't do any of those sorts of things.
And you don't celebrate like, birthdays and stuff like that, right?
I don't celebrate. So I didn't have birthday until I was in my late teens, and then after that, it's you deal with yourself, young fella. So no Christmases, anything like that. But but when you talk about religion, it's respect thy neighbor. All those, the 10 Commandments. I mean, seriously, you can't follow those beliefs.
Right. I mean, some of it seems like common
covered
sense.
by neighbor's wife.
Right.
Seriously, you shouldn't be chasing your neighbor's wife.
Yeah. Some of it seems pretty simple. Like, just, you know, if you're there is a book, and I've only read part of it. I need to actually read it. It was I believe it was it's a book called Mere Christianity, and I think it's the author. Somebody might have to check this for me. He's a famous author that also wrote fantasy, and I want to say he wrote Through the Looking Glass. Like, he wrote the Alice in Wonderland stuff. I want to say Lewis Carroll, but I don't remember if that's right, if I'm thinking of him or another person. But he was also a very prolific religious writer, and I remember reading part of this book, and it was kind of that theme that was like, if you take a person that is outside of societal influence and put them, on a deserted island with another person, that people, regardless, I still think everybody's terrible, but it's like, regardless, a person has this innate knowledge of right and wrong. Like, you have this knowledge built into you that it's wrong to want to murder somebody or to do something terrible to another person. Like, even if you were raised, again, outside of society, just alone in the, like, that's wrong. And it's a really weird thing to think about, because we always try to say, like, well, you should know the difference in right and wrong. Like, it seems that we are bred with that knowledge. And I think, again, that leads into a lot of the discussion in the book that I never finished reading. But I just always thought that was a very curious thing, that I think that's probably true. That I think people, unless you have some type of brain problem, like, there are people that are sociopaths and psychopaths and such. And but even then, I think they talk like they know, they just don't care. That they understand what's right and wrong, but they don't have feelings about it. And so it always fascinated me that I think people probably do have a bit of a moral compass already. But it's so hard to tell. Like, you would never know. Like, it's something you could never really test. Like, there's no way to actually prove or disprove that, because there's human influence, and we would never be able to figure that out. But I do kind of think everybody does have a bit of a soul. People do have a bit of a moral compass that is just innate in our being, because animals don't have that. Animals don't care.
The cat are assholes.
Yeah, cats are assholes. Animals don't. I mean, like, animals don't understand murder. Most animals don't. They seem that they generally don't understand death. Like, they don't understand any of the things that we do, and we're somehow just born with that knowledge. That it's weird. Anyway.
So, Battery's got it. So the 10 Commandments boil down to being, don't be a dick.
Yeah, don't be a dick.
And that's where it comes to the sort of situation with this religious belief, is that if I don't pray to this supreme being, this God, and I'm a truthful, honest, compassionate, considerate person my whole life, because I didn't pray to them, I don't go to the afterlife, if there is one.
Right.
Really?
Right.
Back to that thing, God, don't be a dick.
Right. And the only thing, it's funny, the only thing I have about that is they mention it in Fight Club, which is an amazing movie. They mention it in Fight Club that Brad Pitt's character says, something about, do you really think God loves you? Chances are God hates you. And what if that's the case? I know that most religions teach that gods are supposed to like you and care about you, but what if they don't? Like, because there is a point especially in Judeo-Christian religion, that there's a point where God's like, I'm done. You guys are stupid. I'm not doing this anymore. And so I don't know, like, and it may be a negative Nancy thought, but, like, I kind of go a little bit more with that. Like, I think if there is a God, like, they probably care a little bit, but maybe not that much. Because
and I reckon that time when God went, "No, I'm fucking done," was about 1 minute past on to the 8th day.
Right. I mean, when it was like, yeah, that was the kind of back to the story with the Noah's Ark thing. That it was like, you know what, like you guys disgust me, and I'm going to destroy you. Like that. Again, people don't talk about that. They don't talk about all the times that it's basically been like, you know what, I'm sick of your bullshit. I'm destroying the world, and so there's a lot of room and a lot of evidence that maybe he doesn't care. Maybe that's why bad things happen, is because he's like, you know what, I don't give a shit anymore. You guys already pissed me off. I'm done helping you.
Yep. Oh, there was something else I was going to say.
No, Chad Zerker was talking about gophers mourning. I mean, I think Chad Zerker, I think certain animals, I think they realize that part of their communal society is like no longer existing. But animals don't have a concept of murder. I think I think they can have a concept of death, but there's no real evidence that I'm aware of to indicate that they have a concept of murder, that they don't understand, the repercussions of murdering. So like they don't have that thought process of like, I'm going to just murder this person because I don't want them to exist. Like it's struggle, it's conflict, it's, they fight between animals or they fight for survival. Like there are very few, except for the fucking lions of Tsavo, those lions that went out and killed everybody in Africa, that killed like 27 people just because they wanted to. Those are the only ones. They wanted to just murder people because they were psychotic, crazy lions. Anyway.
Yep.
Sorry, go on.
Oh,
you had a thought.
I'm good. So yeah, growing up, I was Jehovah's Witness. Now, don't know whether it would be something that people would guess, but I have one of the most religious names. Both my brothers had religious names.
Really?
Both my brothers do have religious names. Yeah, my name is very, very, very religious. If you translate it back through Latin and things like that, is the supreme religious name.
Right. And was that based on your parent, like there? So I mean, obviously your parents were very steeped into the religion, and so this was an intentional name. Like they obviously they chose the name for the meaning.
Yeah. So my grandmother, she was a practicing Jehovah's Witness until she couldn't no more. Mm-hmm. So 60 odd years of it. Not Matthew. That is not the most religious. That is a religious name, but not the most religious name. Think of the one word that we describe.
Elohim?
What?
What? He who is him? Sorry, I lost. I was reading things and I got a little bit sidetracked. The one word, Jesus? Are we talking about Jesus?
Translate that to another language.
Joshua, Yeshua, Yeshua. How do am I on the right track?
Perfect.
Nailed it. Castiel is not a real angel. He just plays one on TV. Yeah, that is a very religious name, that's for sure. I wasn't sure how deeply. I didn't know if we're gonna, if maybe it was Elohim, or maybe it was, like another impronounceable. What is there a word for that? For unpronounceable. Never mind. Moving on.
Yeah. Well, anyway. So depending on what language you translate it through, it ends up going to Jesus or Joshua.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. So as I said, like if we weren't Jehovah's Witness and it was one of the more, I shouldn't say tame, but sort of
less conservative.
yeah, then I'd probably still be practicing because I mean, like as I said, like the stuff that a very religious person follows is what I think. Like, let's get out there. Why not? So, Earth, I believe life begins at conception, not perception.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a deeply religious stance.
Which I think is also, if I'm not mistaken, that's also very Catholic belief, a Catholic stance. Is that correct?
I'm not too sure.
I think that I don't know either. Is there
So,
is there a sorry, I know. Sorry, I keep cutting off. Is there like what is the most widespread religion in Australia? If you had to
yeah,
guess,
that'll be beer.
beer is a religion. It should be.
Christian? No.
Okay. I would, yeah. I mean, because like some places like when you get into some of the like older European countries, I guess like there seems to be like Catholicism seems to be very widespread. I know it's something that I could easily Google. I was just just an off-topic question. Anyway, sorry. Okay, I'm not going to cut you off anymore.
52% is Christian, 22% Catholic, 13 Anglican, 8% as non-Christian religions.
Okay.
So, but yeah. Best Australian beer. Definitely not Foster's.
It's not Foster's.
So if you look at Foster's, Foster's is illegal to be sold in any of our pubs. That's what we export. True. And we don't put shrimps on Barbies.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about misconceptions. How about that? No shrimps on Barbies.
So the worst part about that was it was an ad for America where you call them shrimp. So they used the term that used. Put a shrimp on the Barbie. We don't say that. No one says that. You'd be fucking keel hauled, dragged out the back, shot. If you said, "Hey, can you throw another shrimp on the Barbie, mate?" No one. You'd have beer bottles thrown at your head.
Right.
And then for the beer, that's what we export to around the world.
And that, yeah, because I think, do you have? I don't know if they still do this. I know it used to be Foster's was in like a giant can. Was that a thing in Australia? Like, would they?
No.
Okay, that was they made it bigger for America. I'm sure that was probably the thing.
Yep. So you've got different parts of every state has their own sort of national beer, state beer.
Mm-hmm.
So Western Australia has export, emu export. So emu export had the flavour or sort of the recipe changed a little bit because it was super high potent that got into the realm of liquor status, and it used to knock your socks off.
Right.
They changed that. There's also emu bitter, which was a bitter beer, and I like that over WA. In majority of Australia now, they're leading in towards the Great Northern, which is sort of from where I am.
Mm-hmm.
That's starting to proliferate through the rest of the country now. There's Forex. There's New, which is a South Australian beer. So generally speaking, every state had their own mass brewery, which would release a statewide beer. Victorian bitter was the Victorian beer. Tasmania has a few, but they go more into the ciders because they're a colder country, whereas that's more the way they went. New South Wales was Tooheys. Tooheys had a nice extra dry. I liked that one for a while, but it has some sort of preservative in it, which started giving me headaches.
Mm.
But and there's a lot of, what do you call them, craft beers, little boutique beers.
Right.
A lot of those starting to go everywhere, and they all taste feral. So any beer you have, it's got to be borderline ice cold.
Okay.
That's why we have a lot of stubby coolers. So the coolers that go around your cans or your bottles.
Oh yeah. Beer koozie, a can koozie. That's what we call those, a koozie.
Yep. So we call them cool stubbies.
And also, do you say
sounds horrible?
Do you say stubby does something? Do you say tinnies? Is it tinny like for a beer can?
Tinny. Yeah. That's a tinny.
And what is your like average alcohol percentage in just like a normal beer?
5%.
5%. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not like 19% or something crazy.
No, so because what they did is they tried to standardize a standard drink per can, basically. So they went to 1.3 or 1.4 standard drinks per serving, which is where the EMU export used to be around the 6+%. So it's not super strong or anything like that, but I remember I used to drink a carton a day.
Yeah.
Every day. That's 24.
Right.
24 cans, 24 stubbies, 375 mils.
Wow.
Every day. Back when I was a shearer.
So we in Oklahoma, we just recently they changed the law. We had 3.2% beer. You could go to a liquor store and buy higher percentage beer, but it was always 3.2%, like in normal stores here. They just recently changed the law to where average beer can now be, I think it's like 5.9. So they call it 6.6% beer, but it's like 5.9%. So it's we've always had terrible in Oklahoma. It was like us and a couple other places that it was 3.2%. But yeah, they used to not allow high percentage beer. So
yeah, so anywhere around the 3%, that's called our light. So that's basically that's what you drink when you're not drinking.
Right. That's for girls. That's girl beer.
Yep. Yeah.
Just kidding, women. Just kidding. It's a joke. There was one of my favorite lines. It was in Monty Python. They were doing it was like the philosopher song where they came out and they were Australian philosophers and they were all named Bruce. And they were throwing, I think they were throwing Fosters, actually. They were throwing Fosters to the crowd because they're like, we brought our own beer because we found that American beer is a lot like making love in a canoe. And then they paused and they said, it's fucking close to water. And I never really understood that until I got older. And then I was like, oh, I get it now because our beer sucks. And it's watered down and shitty. Yeah, it was such a funny skit like that, and it was like, well, your name's not Bruce? That's gonna be confusing. Do you mind if we call you Bruce? It's my shitty Australian accent. Is there like a mixed drink of like, so I know like I'm partial to Oh, Arc11 Mama dropping 26 bits. Thank you, Arc11 Mama. Like, I'm very partial to vodka and tonic. And now when I went to the UK, it was kind of like England and Scotland both. Like, they tend to drink gin and tonic and not so much vodka. Is there like a general drink that you think people tend to drink more of, like as far as like a mixed drink? Is there like a favorite?
Rum and Coke or Jim Beam and Coke.
Okay.
That's about mixy we go. Like, you got a lot of there and do other things, but that's you're either a rum or a urban drinker, or you drink beer.
Okay. That's kind of the go-to. That's kind of what I was wondering. Is there's like it's like a standard, like everybody drinks this. This is an easy drink to make. It was like that when I went to Wisconsin. They drink a lot of rum and Coke. And Wisconsin drinks a lot. Although I used to think Wisconsin would drink a lot more than anybody else until I went to Europe. And I realized everybody drinks a lot. I don't know. Do you have a fighting comparison? Do you think Australians drink more than the English?
It's everywhere you go, there's conflicting things. Like, English say they drink the most. Australians say they drink the most. You go somewhere else and someone gets there and says, no, the Aussies drink the most. And you go to their mate and they go, oh, no, the English drink. And then they say, oh, the Irish drink the most. Everyone thinks they drink the most. All I know is that when I worked in the shearing sheds, I would take a 6-pack, so 6 beers, with me to work to put in the fridge so that I could have them to drink on my way home before I got home, and then I could start drinking.
The 6-pack was the starter. That was the warm-up for the real drinking.
Yes. So we used to, when you're traveling in the outback, you say, Flitz, what I want you to do, I want you to travel to such and such. And you'd say, how far is that? I'm like, about 3. And you'd be right. So if I take 3 cans, that's when I got to turn. Standard unit of measurement in the outback.
It's measured by cans of beer. Interesting. Okay.
That you drink. Yes.
Now, what about? Let me ask you bad stuff. What is, as an Australian, as you are, what is something? What are the things that annoy you the most from Americans? Like, for us,
shrimp on the barbie.
Is that the
hands down?
Big one?
Hands down, yeah. Continue.
Because I mean, well, and so just to touch on that, like we kind of mentioned that earlier. So I guess the other part of that is that you don't eat shrimp. You probably eat prawns.
Yes, prawns.
And do you use a Barbie, or do you use a grill, or would you cook them like? I know you mentioned like they made that up for the Americans. Like, is there an actual Australian equivalent to what that should have been? Like, give me another prawn on the bonfire, or like, is there?
So we eat prawns at Christmas time, like it's going out of fashion.
Mm-hmm.
But the way we do it is, see YouTube fishermen over in America, and they go out and they'll catch a cast net for prawns and things like, or shrimp, and things like that. What we do is the same thing, but what we do is we take them all home and we will boil them all together, and then we put them on ice, and that's a cold dish for our Christmas dinner because it's hot here.
Right.
So we have cold prawns, and they're no head. You got to take the head off. You take the shell. You remove the back line, and then you eat it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a traditional Christmas dish for us. So we don't throw them on the barbie or anything like that. We don't cook prawns on barbie.
Gotcha. And now that you say that, like, I don't know
Texas, no, driving across Texas, that's probably about a carton.
Yeah. Texas is huge. Texas is about a 9 or 10 hour drive. easily
Yeah,
to get from
that's
side
two
to
cartons.
side. Yeah.
And 9 hours, that's about 2 cartons.
And so that's number one. So no shrimp on the Barbie. I'm guessing people that quote Crocodile Dundee movies to you is probably pretty high on the shit list too, right?
Oh, no, I say that's not a knife all the time.
Okay. Is Paul Hogan a national treasure?
Sort of.
I mean, honestly, like I can't really think of an Australian actor that was famous before Paul Hogan. I mean, I know there had to be.
In Australia, we don't really idolize people.
Yeah.
If you're a top bloke, like you already did, you're pretty awesome. We're gonna take the fucking piss out of you non-stop.
Right. Which would make
Bring you down the
sense.
size.
That's what I would think. I would like that better than someone kissing your ass all the time. Like just because you're famous, I would hope that everybody would try to take you down a peg.
Yeah. No, we don't tolerate idols very well. So you've got celebrities that come to Australia and they'll walk down the street.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
you see a celebrity walk down the street over in America and there's fucking paparazzi everywhere and things like that. No, they walk down the street and we're like, fucking get out of my way, cunt.
Right. So you see like a Hugh Jackman and you're like, whatever.
Yeah, no. Oh, hey. Give him a nod.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Give him a little bit of a wave.
Oh, no, that's too much.
Wave is too far.
Yeah. Tip of the hat or a nod. Yeah, that's about it.
Does everyone actually say g'day to everybody, or do you typically like nod or wave or like say hello, or like is that an overblown American stereotype that everyone says g'day?
I was trying to think of this. Like, people say it, but it's sort of blend.
Right.
You have people say hello, g'day, because it's not g'day.
Right.
For us, it's have a good day.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. Like it's an actual expression.
Right.
Of
right.
greeting, not where we get the g'day, mate.
Yeah.
That's us taking the piss out of ourselves.
Right.
Saying g'day to your mate is actual greeting,
Okay.
full length. Because we shorten everything. I've said this many, many times. We have this massive cricket ground, football field, which is called the Melbourne Cricket Ground.
Yeah.
And we don't like that, so we shortened it to the MCG. And because we're even fucking lazier than that and like shortening things, we don't just call it the MCG anymore. We call it G.
Just call it the G. But yet, you add 7 vowels to the word no, so that doesn't make any sense.
Not to us. It's just no. And then we get things like AC/DC. We don't just call it AC/DC, we call it Akadaka.
Akadaka. Okay. I could get behind that one, though. I like that. Akadaka.
That was one that they used with Conan. He's just like, what? Akadaka? She goes, but how? Why? You shouldn't call them that. She goes, oh, from Australia, we can call them what we want.
Right. We can say whatever we want. Yeah. I don't know this. Do you drive on the left side or the right side of the road?
We drive on the right side, which is the left side.
You drive on the correct side, which is the left side. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So your steering wheels are on the
right-hand side.
Okay.
See? Right-hand?
The right
side of the car.
The right side. And let me think. What else? What other? Does anybody have any other weird culture questions? Like I'm trying to think. I know we've talked about a lot of this stuff in chat already. That we've determined that kangaroos are delicious, and that I really want to try a kangaroo burger.
Very filling. One of the most filling meats you can put in your mouth.
Yeah. One of the best meats to put in your mouth. You heard it here. Put some kangaroo meat in your mouth. What about... Oh, where does mate come from? That seems like a really tough question.
Mate. I don't know the answer to that one without looking it up. But see, the thing is, we don't say mate.
Do you say... So do you not say mate as much as, like, say, England?
So, let's say George came into chat. I'd call him mate.
Right.
I'd call you cunt.
Right.
Because in Australia, we call our mates cunt, and we call our mates cunts and random strangers mates.
Gotcha. So mate is
we're
not...
friendly.
It's so it's not really a term of... It's not like, hello, my friend. No. It's like, g'day, mate, you're a stranger.
Politest way to talk to a stranger.
Gotcha. Because it's kind of... It's endearing to refer to somebody as a friend or a mate that you're not really friends, to be like, hello, friend, like, it's good to see you, even though you're not friends and you don't know them. So okay, so that makes sense. And I think that I think you guys use the C word more than any other country. I think that's probably a statistical fact. I think that Australians say cunt more than anything, more than other people.
Yeah. even the girls say it.
And is it also true that Australian women love American men? I've heard that as a rumor or a myth.
So here, this will get me in trouble if any Australian women ever read this or listen to this. But Australian women like anyone as well as their own partners.
Okay.
Yes, so they're not withheld by bounds of... Let's change the subject.
I was going to say, so you're saying I'm not going to have a better chance if I come to Australia. I'm not going to have a better chance of picking up an Australian woman than anybody else would have a chance of picking up an Australian woman. I'm not gonna be top of the list just because I'm an American.
No.
Damn
if
it.
you put on a sailor's uniform.
Right. Then maybe.
Yeah. A little bit. I mean, like, because it's the exotic status.
Yeah.
So you're not the norm.
Right. I should say, yeah, I mean, maybe not necessarily me, but just let's say like an average looking normal person that's not fascinating and interesting and has great hair, like just some normal shithead off the street, just because he's an American doesn't necessarily mean he's going to have a better shot at picking up an Australian woman just for being American.
A little bit.
Okay. I don't remember where I even heard that. Like, I don't remember why that rumor was a rumor. Maybe it was because American men are softer. Maybe that was what it is, because we're pussies compared to most Australian men. Oh, do you? Yeah. Oh, so Ashley was asking if it's summer or spring.
So it's summer at the moment. Well, what are we? December. Yeah. So it's summer at the moment. We can have snow in the southern states and the highlands down south. We get extremely hot temperatures. We get average cold temperatures. Obviously, snow. We can have both a record-breaking low temperature in one part of the country and a record-breaking high temperature on the same day, two different parts of the country. And by that, I mean -10, -20 degree snow and 40 to 50 degree temperature. and that's Celsius. Let's do the math.
40 to 50 Celsius is fucking hot.
So that's 120 odd.
Wow.
And -10, -20, I think.
Yeah. It,
One is 32 or something for you?
Yeah, 32,
32?
32 is freezing, which I think right now it's probably, let me see, it is 36 degrees Fahrenheit right now. So that's just above 0 Celsius, slightly above.
This is going to come across rude, but I'm an abrupt, sort of blunt person. We covered the Thylo earlier on, Arkloven, and I believe that there is still thylacine alive. Flitz and I have discussed this. We want to win Lotto so we can track it down and then make lots more money from it.
Once either one of us gets rich, we're going to hunt that thing down and save them. The last known thylos were captured in Tasmania, on the island of Tasmania, but the most recent sightings have all been mainland, and the sightings on mainland have been more detailed pictures than what any of the ones of the sightings on Tasmania have been, which is the interesting thing. And that Flitz brought that to my attention, not through my own means, the pictures. So, and it's not in a small area. It's been like across many states that those sightings have been. Are they real? Don't know. Are they still alive? Don't know. Do I want them to be? Yes. How cool would that be? Yeah. I mean, and that's not the strangest thing to happen. I mean, because we've found, like there's the coelacanth, the fish. The last known evidence of it was 65 million years ago. They had fossils of the coelacanth. And then in the 50s, they caught one. And they're like, what the fuck? Like, this thing still exists. Like, there's massive amount. I mean, I wouldn't say massive. There's large amounts of stories of finding things that we thought were extinct that are not. And just for the record, I'm not a young Earth believer. I'm definitely an old Earth believer. I don't think the world is young. I do think things existed millions and millions of years ago. But yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of evidence that we're finding stuff that we thought was extinct and they've somehow survived.
It was one of those types of fish within the last 10 years. They hauled up in a trawler net or something like that. And pre that fish, they thought it was millions of years ago.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, we know more about the space than what we do about the ocean. So
yeah, which is crazy.
Shows where our focus is.
Yeah. And Arklo and Mama, the Yowie. We talked about the Yowie as well.
So, and with the Yowie, Flitz, I looked into it. The Yowie is like a subspecies of the bunyip.
Oh, okay.
So, and that's where I said some locations think Yowie and some think bunyip. It's because that location, that's the subspecies that was there.
Okay.
No, not all of it, Arklover Mama. Just that we went through different phases of our chit chat today.
You missed some of the earlier topics. I'm sure we got plenty of other cool things to talk about. We're talking about terrible things to say to Australians at this point. But I think really the main one is don't say shrimp on a Barbie.
Yeah, that's it.
And don't offer them Fosters.
No Fosters.
Let's see, what else is there? What other, do you have any, I know we talked about the ancient architecture stuff. Like, is there anything else like related to that you're into? Like, is that kind of the main focus that you're on, or did you, oh, sorry, somebody did mention, I forgot which one it was now. They mentioned the war against the emus.
So the war against the emus was that in Australia we don't do things by half measures in regards to the fact that we have some of the most craziest ass long fences in the world.
Yeah.
And they built them for a few specific reasons. Rabbits, dog fence, which is the dingoes, and that's protect the livestock, which is the dog fence. The rabbit fence unfortunately had a side effect that it prevented the migration of emus. And so what used to happen is that the emus used to migrate over in Western Australia because Western Australia is very vast and remote and desolate sort of thing, but the ground is very fertile. So what happens is as soon as it rains, the ground just floods with flowers and life. But then once the water's gone, then it all dies off. So they used to migrate, and they migrated and come along against the fence to get down into the agriculture zones of West Australia. And there was hundreds of thousands of them. And they tried to prevent them getting through, and there's just too many, and the emus got through, and things like that. So I don't know the exact story of the emu war, but I know about the fence.
Yeah.
And that a lot of people went along the fence line after, because they went through, not while they were fresh, but they went through the guts of the emus and found all the gold, because an emu, like most birds, they pick up stones and stuff like that to help them process the seeds.
Wow.
So the emu would pick up the gold pieces that are sunbaking on the surface of the land. And so people went through and got heaped from the dead, rotting or rotted emu corpses.
I didn't hear about that part. That's crazy. I mean, that's a good way to find gold, I guess.
So the fences are thousands of miles long.
Wow.
We've got in Australia.
Now, are the... Am I remembering this wrong? Are the rabbits invasive?
Yes.
Okay.
So rabbits basically spread all the way through Australia. They released a disease called myxomatosis to try and kill them. I've been out hunting rabbits, so they myxomatosis didn't do its job. They're out there, they're everywhere. Like people used to get there, and back when they were war on rabbits sort of thing, they would get like full truckloads full of rabbits from these properties and stuff like that. And the thing that the problem is not that the rabbits are out there, is they dig tunnels, and the cattle and things like that would break their legs on them in their tunnels, and that's the problem that ended up with the rabbits.
Gotcha.
So it's called a dollar, Australian dollar. We have 5 cents, 10 cent, 20 cent, 50 cent, $1 coin, $2 coin, $5 note, $10 note, $20 note, $50 note, $100 note.
Just the Australian dollar. No fancy weird names. No pence.
We don't have dimes.
No quids. No quarters. No
nickels.
Dimes and nickels. Pennies.
So we used to have pennies and nickels and threepence and things like that, and then we changed back in '66 to the Australian money.
What about normal transportation? Like, is it normal for every person to have a car, or is there public transport? Like, do people tend to use buses or trains or anything, or is it common for everybody to drive?
In your metropolis cities and stuff like that, public transport. Even then, people still drive. It all depends on the parking situation. So if you've got business or something like that has its own parking facilities, then people aren't going to take public transport. But I mean, like I've had to use public transport here, in the city I live in, and you go, there's like 3 people that are on the bus the whole trip. That's it. So that's the limit.
So that's kind of like it
So
is here. Most people, I mean, depending on, I think most people, like with the exception of living in like a giant, like New York, people don't drive in like New York because you don't need to, because you can like walk 6 blocks and be somewhere or whatever. But like, I feel like most everywhere else, everybody drives. Like I think the tendency is for a person to want to drive rather than to take. Like we don't have efficient public transportation. We have buses, but I think it's not as efficient as it is in other countries for sure. I wasn't sure about how the public transport infrastructure would be, but I mean I guess that makes sense. Like because you said the closest place is like 400 kilometers away, so it probably makes more sense for people to have cars.
yeah. So Arklover Mama, yes, we have long trucks. So in your normal areas, trucks are normally 2 trailers long.
Wow.
But when you go out into the bush, they can be 5 or 6 trailers long, even longer.
Is there a reason for that?
The distance and the fact there's not a lot of people in the bush.
Yeah. I was trying to think like logistically. I guess like I mean, is it? I didn't know if it was. Is it to carry more things, or is it just like that's how it ends up, just being a big giant long truck?
Sorry, I was sidetracked there. Can you say that question again?
I was saying, is it big like? Do they have big long trucks? Is it for like logistical purposes to carry more things or anything, or is it just that they just have big long trucks? Like, is there a practical use for the size of
You're
the truck?
using less movers.
Oh, okay, okay,
So, for instance, if you've got a train line and you've got to go from here to your next town, it would make sense to have one train that gets there, turn around, come back. But if you're only going a short distance, you want a train that's going to get there quickly, so you'll have a lot of them. So
right,
what they do is they'll have one truck on it, and then half a dozen trailers. You only need the one driver.
right. Okay, well that makes sense then.
But unfortunately, what they then do is have a car in front or behind that says there's a road trainer friend. So they could have if there's 3 trucks with 2 trailers each instead of one truck with 6 trailers.
Right, right.
But they say that they're generally up to 180 feet.
Wow.
But if they're on private roads, because you've got some places that are private roads, they can be heaps longer. So mines and things like that, they can be longer.
Wow. Do you have any questions for me? Do you have any American questions you've always wanted to know about?
Not offhand, like I can get there and ask you, and I'm not going to hold back and keep it to myself. But chat. Anyone else got anything to ask? So like it's only till a few years ago we had the outback of Northern Territory have no road speed limit.
Okay.
Because it's so remote. There used to be. I mean, if rest of Australia is 100k speed limit, which is about your 60 odd, 55, 60 miles, and then West Australia was 110 because they're more remote sort of thing. But that being said, like I'm in Queensland, and 20 years ago there was a stretch of road here that didn't have a speed limit on it, and that's just outside of a city. But I remember 20 years ago we were traveling along through Northern Territory, and we speed limit everywhere else is 100. We were traveling 150 and waved to a cop as we went past them.
I also just sorry, go ahead.
You right?
I was going to say we were talking about cars and roads, and I got to thinking about Mad Max, and then I realized Mel Gibson is an Australian actor, who was famous before Paul Hogan.
Yes.
That's where my brain went. We were talking about cars and trucks, and I was rewatching Mad Max Fury Road the other night because I'm trying to convert it into to watch it on my VR headset in 3D, and it's amazing. But now that's where my brain went. We're talking about trucks, and I got to daydreaming about Mad Max. I got to thinking about. That's where my brain went. Sorry.
It's actually so a lot of our areas, because we're not as old as other countries. So, like Australia's only 200 years old, and for a lot of that, we were convicts. So we didn't really start to do a lot of our stuff until the 120, 130, 40 years ago. So a lot of areas that are in the outbacks and stuff like that, the majority of the buildings are pretty old, not 100-year-old, but yeah, all the bread stealers.
Right.
The bread stealers, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true though. Yeah, because Australia is a pretty young country. I mean, kind of like, I mean, America is a very young country. So, yeah, I wouldn't really think about that. So I guess there's really, you don't really have a lot of old architecture. Like it's all still pretty new. Or were there any like the religious people that visit they go and visit countries and
Amish?
Yeah, like were there any old churches or anything? Like did modern, quote unquote, modern society, did that all start once they deemed Australia to be the prison colony? Was that kind of when that stuff started, or were there visitors before that like built churches and set up stuff like preaching the word of Jesus and all that, or is that?
No, they were never missionary type people.
Missionaries,
yeah,
that's the word.
Yeah, no, we were backwater land until they needed somewhere to put the riffraff of the pommy land.
Right. This is a sarcastic fun question. Is there bad blood between Australians and English because they did that? Are they like, fucking English people put us here?
No, not really. I know that New Zealanders are still coined as being the colonials.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not like, we don't get treated as convicts, as like everyone calls us still convicts.
Right.
Don't get me wrong there. It sort of, you'll get more feedback on New Zealanders' status rather than convict status of Australia.
Interesting.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
But, something I was going to say.
Is it about architecture or about?
Wolf Creek.
Yes, Wolf Creek, serial killer.
So, yeah. So that movie is a 99.99% representation of anything once you leave a city or bush or a bush town sort of thing.
Wow.
That is Australia's outback.
Okay.
So you drive along the outback and you'll just find car after car abandoned on the side of the road, burnt out, bullet holes in it, things like that.
Wow. So is that more like people just take their cars out there when they die and they just shoot them up, or like is it indicative of like it can be very dangerous and you need to be careful, or is it like people just go out there because there's no one there, so they go out and cause destruction and do crazy shit?
Well, I think it's got a little bit to do with how many people disappear in Australia.
Okay. So maybe there are some psycho killers that are living out in the middle of the desert, hiding from society, just waiting for that wayward person to drive out there.
So if you look at it, like we've got 40,000 people disappear a year in Australia.
40,000 people. Okay.
And like you have, what is it, few hundred thousand?
Yeah.
But I mean, where can we disappear to?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I mean, because all of us, it's when you look at a map, like all of us are an island at some point, but you are an island. Like we have other countries that are connected to us. Like we have a lot of land masses that are connected. So we're not just like one little, we're not out in the middle of nowhere in the ocean like you guys. So it is kind of, it's like, where would you go?
We can't stow away in someone's boot and go across a border.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is.
But because we've had quite a few Wolf Creek style actors, Wolf Creek style personalities in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
That's just been one that was portrayed on film to represent two different ones.
So, okay, so was that was a mix of two different killers?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know that I saw the first one.
And Ivan Milat, and there was another one. And because Ivan Milat was, I think he was the one that was just around from Sydney, which is our major city.
And now, because let's see, because I don't think I saw the first one. I think I saw Wolf Creek 2, and it seemed like they never caught that person, but I don't know if that was based on real events or not.
So the movie was fiction, obviously. Yeah. So Ivan Milat was caught. He was, so it was Bradley John Murdoch and Ivan Milat. So they were two fairly out there type ones.
Mm-hmm.
But what it shows, and the fact that you can travel, like he's doing it, and he travels hundreds of Ks.
Yeah.
Like to get back to his campsite. It's what you got to do when you're in the outback, because I remember working on a farm, when I was early 20s, and we had to travel 200 Ks to get to a service station.
Mm.
And then from that service station, the next service station was 400 Ks away. Wow. No town, no house in between. So the remoteness and the fact that if you want to, you can do anything. And you can't say Australians aren't fucking nutcases at some stage.
Right.
There's got to be more prolific sort of types of people like that, because as I said, you can drive along and you will just find abandoned cars on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Burnt out, crashed, damaged, things like that. And they're not all going to be someone broke down and just abandoned their car.
Yeah.
You've got to think that there's some portion that have come to a nefarious sort of end.
Right.
At what level is that? Because the characters in your TV shows, like your movies like Crocodile Dundee, people like that. So I've been at the same time in the remoteness when I was in my early 20s. I was working with a few people, Night Battery, were 14 and 15.
Yeah.
Okay. And we went to the pub.
Right.
And sat there drinking at a remote pub with the cop.
Right.
So who else can get there and say that they've sat down beside a cop while drinking at 14?
Right.
At a pub.
Yeah, that would never happen here. Absolutely.
and he didn't care because he knew that we were a shearing team that was going to look after each other, and it was that remoteness of the bush sort of thing.
Yeah.
Wouldn't happen these days, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, like my brother, I remember the story of my brother. He was in a small bush town, and he went to get his driver's license.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a cop that does it in small country towns. The cop rocked up in a helmet and motorcycle padding, gear, gloves, sat in the passenger side in that. Like, really?
Wow. Oh,
Children's
yeah.
python from Australia? Yes.
The
So
children's
18 for drinking age?
Funk Shop is here. Want to go to Australia just to meet Tina Turner in Thunderdome. I don't know if you get to do that anymore. She's quite old now.
2 men enter, 1 man leave.
Tina Turner. I don't know what a children's python is. Is that a type
Carpet snake.
Okay.
So that's the little non-venomous snakes that everyone... I gave my mum one of those
Right.
1 year for Christmas.
Did
We
you
were living
find...
on a farm and found it in the bush, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say you found it
Brought it
outside.
home. Yeah. Brought it home. Mum, here's your Christmas present. She's like, I don't want that. You can take it outside of the house. And we were like, it's your Christmas present. If you don't want it, you can get rid of it.
Right. So speaking
Too late.
yeah, you missed it, Funk Shop. You missed the drop bears. What about what like typical pets? Like do you have like cats and dogs, or do people keep pets like in the way that, you know, like in America people carry around tiny dogs in their purses and stuff? Are pets common, or is that less common?
We don't have the tiny purse pets. Most people have dogs, cats, birds, but we tend to, when you get to your remoter areas, most of the people have breeds of dogs that would be classed as feral pig dogs.
Okay.
You go out hunting pigs with. So they're big, mean, scary things with ears missing and scars and things like that.
Because feral pigs are quite dangerous. I don't think people because like we get them like there's actually, I was talking to my dad the other night, and he said that one of our relatives out there thought that they saw evidence of a wild hog that was out in our area. And I mean, they're, you know, you're talking 300-400 pounds with tusks. Like they're not friendly little pink squeaky pigs. Like wild feral hogs are big and dangerous.
Yeah. So you get pigs like that? Yeah. So we get them, and ours are, because so the thing is, we can't go out and hunt ours because ours have feral worms in them. So we don't go out and hunt them to eat them. So a lot of them go out hunting just to catch them, and then you get idiots that go out because a pig dog will go out and grab them by the ear. They have breastplates on so they can't get cut up by the tusks. So grab them by the ear. The owner of the dog will come along and they'll either capture them, grab them, or something like that. But a lot of them, idiots go out and they cut the ears off.
Right.
Which means those pigs can no longer be captured properly.
Oh, okay. Because that's where the dogs latch on. And I guess do they react to that? Like, I know because like with a cow or something, like when you pull on their heads and stuff, like they tend to go along with that. So I guess is that how the pigs would react? You grab their ear and they'll kind of go with that? Okay.
Sort of. I remember like my first ever interaction with someone who went pigging was I was 18, and I was in at the local 24-hour medical centre, and there was a guy in there. He was going to get a lot of stuff to treat his pig dogs.
Mm-hmm.
So the twine for stitches and things like that. and he was talking to the nurse there and getting some antibiotics and the antiseptic stuff to treat his dogs. But he didn't go to the vet. He went to the medical centre. I think he was getting treated for something himself, and he's like, "Oh, can you throw some of that stuff in for me, dogs?"
And you mentioned that the dogs are wearing body armor. Is that what you said?
Yeah, they put chest plates on them.
Wow.
So,
Is this like metal chest plates or like hardened leather?
Hardened leather, but some of them do actually have a some sort of either tough plastic or metal or something like that in the chest plate area.
Okay. That's interesting.
Worms and stuff like that, Arklov Mama. A lot of the time what we do, or what I've experienced, is you'll go out and you'll kill the mum or dad and you'll capture a couple of the little babies, and then you'll feed up the babies and treat them so that they remove the worms out of them. But we've got the movie Razorback was from Australia.
Oh, that's right, Razorback. I know the movie. I don't know that I've seen it, but I do remember. Also, speaking of wild animals, there's a possum outside my door right now looking for cat food. There's not any out there. He's at my door. Poor thing. What is your normal meat product? Do they raise cattle, or is it mostly like lamb and sheep?
Cattle and sheep. Australia's got high quantities of sheep.
Okay.
Less now since the live export has been cut in half, basically, because of do-gooders.
Right.
And which is fair enough, because a lot of the conditions that they have, because they've got to travel from here over to the Middle East on ships, and it's not easy. But what they did was they were worried about more of the fact that these sheep get treated inhumanely to get them on these ships.
Right.
And I've been there and watched a sheep sit on top of a truck and then just jump off.
Oh, wow.
Because it didn't want to be there no more. And yet they worry about someone getting a piece of plastic and whacking one on the nose, and yet they do this to themselves over and over and over again.
Right.
Like, you sort of got to weigh up what's good and what's not in regards to what's going on. Like, they're not... yeah.
But
I mean, like...
They're not the smartest animals.
No.
Right.
I've seen two sheep run head to head and one split its head open.
Oh, jeez.
And then the one that did the splitting turned around and picked the next sheep and ran at that one.
Chazurka didn't like my meat question. That was a valid question. Maybe I could have phrased it better. Yeah, it was more like, you like in America you go into a burger joint and you expect to get a cow burger. And I was curious, like, do you expect to get a lamb burger, or what are they? Is there another term for that? Is it just lamb? Is it sheep? Is there
lamb chops?
There's lamb chops, yeah.
Your common thing would be lamb chops and steak. Steak is your beef, lamb chops is your lamb. Then you got your lamb leg, things like that. Mutton.
That was the word.
But so mutton's your really old sheep.
Oh, okay.
So majority of sheep are sold as lambs for meat.
I didn't even think about that. So lamb chops are coming from small juvenile sheep. People get mad about like venison because it's like you're killing like young deer and stuff. But I just realized lamb chops, it's in the name. It's from a lamb. It's not like adult sheep chops. It's lamb chops. We're terrible. Eating baby.
Western rock lobster.
Rock lobster?
I don't eat it much because it's so expensive. It all gets exported to China and Japan.
Rock lobster what is there a difference in rock lobster versus lobster?
There's, I think, half a dozen different types of lobster in Australia.
Okay.
The Western rock lobster is a red one. So the further north you get your painted crays and things like that. So my father was a Western rock lobster, a crayfishman when I grew up. So, and then when I became an adult, I'd go out for my mates on the boats, and then they would go, "Look, I can pay you for it." I'm like, "No, just give me 2 cray tails."
Yeah.
They're like, "What? You don't want $300?" I'm like, "No, just give me 3 cray tails." And they're like, if we get caught, that's $6,000 fine. I'm like, "Don't get caught.
Right.
Give me them cray tails."
Oh my God! What else? Anybody have anything else that's like
They are cute, aren't they, Funk Shop?
Little
quokkas off Rottnest Island. Rottnest Island, so Western Australia. They have a little quokka. Google it if you're not sure what they look like.
Quokka. Short-tailed scrub wallaby. Okay. Oh, okay. Are they dicks, do you think, or are they sweet?
I watched. There's a YouTuber that I watch. He's goes diving and things like that. He just spent an episode on Rottnest Island, and they opened the door, and the little quokkas came inside and were roaming around inside his place.
Okay.
So they're little cute fur balls.
And it's from where? Rocknest?
Rottnest.
Okay. Because it sounded a lot like Rocknest, and I was like, you mean rock? That sounds like Loch Ness? Like Rottnest. Rottnest. I see it now. Rottnest, not Rocknest. That was just me hearing words, and I was like, why does it? What?
It's the accent.
Rocknest. Now I can't even say it right. Anyway. Our Club of Mommy have all the animals. Probably not all the animals. All the animals would have you and eat you. That's what we've learned. Is that all of them want to kill you and eat you in some way. I still think that one of my favorite videos was that dude parachuting in and that kangaroo just running up and punching him in the face. That was the best video ever.
Was it Our Clever Mama that was asking about the children's python?
Yes.
There was a article a couple months ago about someone in the city I live in. They shooed away an animal that was trying to eat their pet dog. It was a snake, a python, in their backyard in the middle of the city, and it was 7-ish meters long.
I've seen snakes that big in zoos and in
I think it's called
shows,
a scrub python.
but it's like I don't know how I would feel about seeing a snake that big in the wild, like just walking out and because it's scary enough, like as human instinct if you see a snake, you have that bit of like shit, but then like you have to, you kind of got to deal with that fight or flight thing, but like I don't know how to react if I saw a 20-foot snake in the wild. To be like, I give up. This is the end of my world. I just saw 20 foot. This is fucking. I can't live here anymore. Pray. Yeah, Fury is right. Yeah, you see a 20-foot snake, you just pray. Just pray that it's not going to kill you. The funnel web spider and the huntsman spider. Yeah.
Huntsman is most peaceful, cute, kind, loving spider there is. Until they get to the size of a dinner plate, and then it's like, yeah, maybe not so much.
What is we talked about food. What is the weirdest thing that you have eaten?
I mean, like, I've eaten crocodile, I've eaten kangaroo, I've eaten octopus and things like that. So you got your normal foods here.
Yeah,
It's
I mean
about
that's
the
pretty.
weirdest thing.
I was gonna like it's a little off the beaten path, but I feel like that's pretty normal. Like it's not like you ate an anteater.
No. But so the thing is, Flitz, you get there and you say, "What's the weirdest thing?" Like, we've got the emu
Yeah.
and the kangaroo on our coat of arms, our national animals, and we fucking eat them fuckers.
Right.
They're
Yeah,
derish.
Or yeah, like Fury said, like a platypus. Yeah, if you're like, I ate a bald eagle today, and you're like, Jesus Christ, you ate a bald eagle? Was it delicious? You know, like that. That's the kind of.
There you go. There's a story for you. When I was young, I used to live on a farm in the mountains of New South Wales, and our toilet was an outdoor toilet, so you had to go outside. Now, this mountains was we used to get black frosts, and you could see snow from the mountain where we were. So very cold to go to the toilet in the middle of winter.
Right.
Now, the door opened up, and you could look down the hill slope into the creek. And in the creek, we used to have a platypus live there. So you could be sitting, shitting, and watching a platypus swim around the pool.
And they have a poisonous or venomous. I'm sorry. I think are they venomous or poisonous? I think they're venomous, right? They have a venomous barb.
If you bite it and you die, that's poison. If it bites you and you die, that's venom.
Okay. So then I think it would be venomous. that it's got a barb.
Yes.
Are they aggressive? Are they like are they kind of
No.
just like
Very timid.
okay.
Very timid. You like it lived there, and we hardly ever seen it.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're very peaceful while you're taking a crap.
Yeah.
So
And that's also a very weird animal too.
yes, it's like God got there and was making all these animals and found the bag at the end of the day and went, "What the fuck am I going to do with all these parts?"
Right.
Ah, fuck it, I'll make an animal out of that. I'm sure I can.
Yeah.
So he got a spare duck bill.
I think
He got a beaver's feet, a beaver tail. He goes, fuck it, why don't we make it lay eggs as well?
yeah.
Ah, hang on, should we give it a pouch?
And venom. And
It's not dangerous enough to be in Australia.
yeah. So add the barb to it. It's fine.
We got birds that have got things like that as well.
Really?
We got plovers. Yeah, plovers. So we got plovers. They typically nest in the off season for our local football codes. They'll nest in the middle of the field. Unfortunately, towards the start or the end of those seasons, they start nesting, and what they do is they're extremely, very protective.
Right.
And they will sweep you and try and scratch you with the barb on their wings.
Wow.
Oh, yuck.
So,
Never had bin chicken. That's an actual bird. That's one of our birds. We call it a bin chicken.
is that like a bin, like a trash bin?
Yeah.
Is it like a pigeon? Like is it like a
No. Gurgle bin chicken.
a bin chicken? I think I want to start calling pigeons bin chickens now. Bin chicken. Oh, so is it like it's like a water bird?
An ibis.
Okay. Yeah, that doesn't look tasty. I don't think I would want to eat one of those. A bin chicken, and it's got them on bins. That's hilarious.
Tastes like shit, but you could live on it.
Yeah.
Buck Dundee quote. Check.
Tastes like shit. A bin chicken. There was another. What was it? It was about a rat. It was some Sylvester Stallone movie, I think. Something about some dude eating a rat. It's like It may taste like a quarter pounder. I'm not going to eat the nasty motherfucker. Looks like a weird turkey. Does look like a weird turkey. The ibis song. The bin chicken. I like the term bin chicken now. I want to start calling things bin chickens. I want to start calling. I want to go somewhere where I don't know anybody and be like, look at that bin chicken. Whenever I see a pigeon or something like in the trash can, I'm gonna be like, it's a bin chicken, and I want to make it catch on, and you're gonna know that I did it. You're gonna hear people talking about bin chickens. They're like, what the fuck? That guy, he did it.
You've been hanging around some Australians?
Yeah. Bin chickens. All right. Anybody? What else? Anybody else have anything? Are there any topics that we haven't talked about that we've missed? Besides
you
politics?
can change my photo for the last bit.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Let me grab that. I know. Because I know we've had some minor political discussions privately, but that's usually a bad topic to cover.
Yeah, we won't go there. But we can brush a little bit on it because just the fact that Twitter and things like that, like Australia had Chinese government official that's in Canberra, which is our capital territory. He got there and posted a tweet that was extremely off-putting and doctored, obviously, and Twitter won't take it down.
Interesting.
So it's of an Australian soldier on our flag with a knife to another nationality's child, and it was from a Chinese official, and they won't take it down. There we go. That's who you've been talking to for the last, or listening to for the last 4 hours. One on the left, on the left, obviously.
As I say, I hope they figured out the one on the left.
And not the smiley face.
Oh, funk shop. Australians don't have sex; they mate. Oh, womp womp womp. But yeah, I know. Like, there's been a lot of really weird stuff happening in politics. That's for sure. I am curious though. Like, one thing to touch on, like, because we as Americans think everything is so bad, and we have things pretty good for the most part, as far as, you know, public interactions and blah 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 blah. You mentioned one time in chat that it's illegal for you to not vote. Is that?
Yes, that is correct. So that's been in major topics through America and stuff like that at the moment. In Australia, it's mandatory voting. So if you're 18, you have to sign up on the electoral roll, and then every time there's an election, you need to vote. If you do not vote, it is a fine, and then if that fine is not paid, you go to jail.
Wow.
I can testify this through first-hand knowledge, because I got a call one night at 1 o'clock in the morning from my brother, who was at the local police station because he had a warrant out for his arrest, an outstanding warrant, so not an active warrant, but an outstanding one. And he had, because he was in one state, moved to another, didn't change his electoral residence, and so missed a voting situation in his original state, and then moved back to that state, and then the police pulled him over for a random breath test and found out that he had an outstanding warrant, took him to the lockup. I had to go there and bail him out on a Saturday night at 1 o'clock in the morning, because if I didn't at that time, he would have been locked up until Tuesday, because Monday was a public holiday and I wouldn't have been allowed to get him out on the Sunday, because it was still Saturday night, classed as Saturday night, so they hadn't gone over into the Sunday yet. So yeah, for failing to vote.
Wow.
Now, that being said, We get 92% of registered voters voting every election. But yet, apparently, you've got some parts of America that it's not mandatory, it's voluntary. You can do it if you want to. And you had some counties that are 106% voting, or
Right.
120% voting of your registered voters.
Yeah.
And thought, do you know what the percentage of voting would happen in Australia if it was not mandatory? 50 to 60%.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
very controversial, Miss Ashley. In Australia, we would prefer your last president, not your future president.
Right. And you had, and there's a valid, and I think we can talk about that too, because there's a valid opinion, or not. I mean, not really opinion, but you mentioned, because this is stuff that is beyond me, about exports and tariffs and like the trade things that were happening. So, if you want to touch on that.
So, within hours of your what's your AP, your Associated Press, within hours of your Associated Press declaring Biden the winner, China put out a paper that said that we were now going to be held to task over our stance on our inquiry into the COVID virus. And the reason why they'd never done anything before that is because they knew that Trump would tell them to go jump in a long walk off a short pier if they had done it while he was still officially your president and things like that. Yeah. And you can call it what you will. Not everyone is created equal, and some people are stronger in the face of adversity, and some people are going to be pushovers. Everyone can testify to that. And China has, because they were one of the last people to congratulate Biden on his election win.
Yeah.
I'll do that in air quotes because it is still in conjecture, but which is right up until he takes a seat. Like anything can happen. But anyway, we won't go down that road.
Right.
So they were one of the last, and the reason being is because they don't want to offend him if he gets re-elected.
Yeah.
Because they know he's not going to take it lightly. And Australia are the same. It's just we're not as powerful or have the backing that America has. So we now have Australia has 60% of our exports go to China. And they are telling us that if we do not withdraw our request for COVID inquiry and don't kiss their bootstraps, they will continue to ramp up all trade sanctions against us. And they're using weird little things for it, like if they found a bug in a container of wood and they reject the whole container and say that we have bad policies on our exports. We export our wine to China, and so they're saying we're dumping our wine. It's good quality wine, otherwise they wouldn't have been taking it for all this time until the new election result came out. So they're putting 200% tariffs on our wine.
200% tariffs. Wow.
They have rejected all our coal. I mean, what could you say is bad about the coal?
Like, coal is coal.
They shut down or won't take any meat from 4 of our abattoirs, and they own one of them. They put a massive tariff on our barley, not barley as in the country barley, but barley itself.
Mm-hmm.
So And so there's a conglomerate from around the world that are now going to come into effect. I don't know how serious or how far along they are, but they're going to get there, and any country that China rejects, they're going to immediately pull together and buy that export so that it doesn't sit in container ships outside of the ports of China to take back the control of what China's doing.
And this all happened
it only
after the election,
right?
Result. Yeah.
Now, when you how you pronounce Furiu, the thing is, our media in Australia, we've got 50-50. 50-50 as in it's biased and truthful. Whereas everything I've seen, you've got to go to your corner store for fact and truth in America.
Yeah.
Your mainstream media is very one-sided from what we can see. Because you get there and I'll watch a news article for Australia, and then half the post will be from Americans saying, oh, I wish we could get this information here in our country. Why do I have to go to Australia to get this information?
Yeah.
It doesn't fit the agenda that people are pushing.
Yeah. Which I think is fair to say. Like, I don't think that's too politically slanted. Like, I would hope that it's pretty obvious to just about anyone that media is very biased and very slanted, regardless of who you support. Like that, and which again, like, because this is not about if you're pro-Trump or not pro-Trump or whatever. Like, it's strictly that the media portrays things in a way that they want you to see it, and have kind of always been that way. I mean, it's not really a new thing. Media and news seems to have moved away from just reporting factual information into giving you a story the way that they want you to think about it or to hear it, and all of it is tone. And I will say, like, this is my only moderately political thing. I did see on Twitter they were talking about the AP or whatever. Like they came out, or the whatever, the guy came out and said there was no widespread, or there was no indication of widespread tampering that would have affected the outcome of the election. Now that yeah. Now that statement, if you read it, it says that there is no evidence that they found anything that would affect the outcome. It doesn't say that they didn't find any evidence of any tampering. It says they didn't find evidence of widespread tampering that would have affected the outcome.
That's been one of the things that I found really interesting, is that the media started out, they're like, there's no evidence of voter fraud.
Yeah.
Then they went, there's no evidence of widespread fraud.
Right.
And they've gone down the track, there's no evidence of massive voter fraud.
Right.
And now your Attorney General Barr has got there and said there's no evidence that was large enough to overturn the election result.
Right.
So what that says to me is that there's copious amounts of little pieces of voter fraud through the American election, but no one piece would have overturned a result.
Right.
Have they never heard of death of 1,000 cuts?
Right.
So I can take a knife and cut you across the throat and you're going to die, or I can take a tiny little scalpel and cut you 1,000 times and you're going to die.
Right.
But if you take one of those cuts, and you'd be like, that's nothing.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm seeing is the narrative that's been pushed and things like that is, at this stage, we can only say that no one has proven it, that there's fraud. But I'm of the opinion that if my smoke alarm is singing out, going off, and there's smoke, I'm calling the fire brigade.
Right.
If I call the fire brigade and they say, "Do you have evidence of a fire?" I'm like, "The smoke alarm's going off. There's smoke coming out the window." They're like, "Oh, but have you seen the fire?"
Right.
I still want the bastards to fucking come.
Right. Because you have evidence of a fire because your smoke alarm's going off. They're like, this is the evidence that you've told me that that's why it's there, is to give me evidence of a fire. That's the reason for the smoke alarm. So obviously there's evidence
It's not
for
up to me to find out there's a fucking fire.
Right. But yeah,
and that's what I find as the scary part of what's happening, is that they're not looking. If you close your eyes, it can be dark at the moment for me, even though it's the middle of the day.
Right.
Because I'm not looking for the sun. There's no evidence of the sun if my eyes are closed. Unless I look for it.
Yeah, it's like the sun doesn't exist. I close my eyes and the sun isn't there anymore, so therefore it doesn't exist. That's there's absence of evidence is not the same as evidence. What is it? Absence of evidence does not prove the evidence of absence. Right? Is that what I said? Yeah. Something like that.
I'm not too sure, but something like that. Yeah.
But,
so, and that's where it's funny. Like, I've seen lots of people get there and they say, like, "Fuck off, Australians! You've got no investment in American politics." I'm like, well, we fucking do, because you aren't called, your commander in chief is not called leader of the free world for fucking no reason.
Right. And which, to be fair, this is, and again, that way we can keep this mostly non-biased. This is just in reference to the person that's in charge. Like, it could be right now, for right now, it's talking that President Trump is involved. But if this was another president, this would be the same conversation. That if this election was affecting other parts of the world, because this, again, like, this is, like Fury was saying, like, this is one of those things that we wouldn't know about this. No one is ever going to know that China is trying to fuck Australia because of our election. Like, that would never come up in a national news story, because Americans are like, who cares? Because we're all selfish pricks. But like, those are things, like that's, I think that's the area that people don't look at is the widespread reach of, especially because we have a perception. I mean, like you said, the leader of the free world, like America as a country, has there's a very big perception of us as a country, and it does, that idea and that notion, like, that's a big thing across the world, whether or not something is happening because of it or whatever. But there are either countries that look down on us or look up to us or look across the table at us, like, there's still that perception, and that affects things globally. And I think that's a thing that people don't look at. Daco coming in with a party of 5. Thank you so much for the raid, Daco. Welcome, everybody. We're just hanging out having an Australian chit-chat tonight.
So, and that's the thing. Like, I don't take things at face value. If you tell me the sky's blue, I'm going to try and find out why the sky is blue. If my Australian media gets there and tells me the sky is blue, I'm going to find out why the sky is blue. I'm not just going to look at it. Like, there was one report I seen that someone, unused media outlet sort of thing, went and done some research, polled a few people, and they're like, what would you have voted the same way if you knew now what you did pre-election? They're like, hell no.
Right. And
they're like, well, what was that? It says, well, I found out after, because the normal media didn't tell me these facts.
Right.
I'm like, that's what media is supposed to do.
Yeah, they're supposed to report.
They're not supposed to tell you yay or nay why the sky's blue. They're just supposed to give you your side of the story, which you think it's green. Well, you think it's blue. My side is, I say it's green, because I do this all the time whenever people talk about water's wet, sky's blue. things like that.
Yeah.
I say, well, in fact, the sky's not blue. It's just your perception of the sky that makes it blue.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah.
It's it's the light reflecting into your eyes is telling you that it's blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a very
Yeah, very true.
we're gonna tea party as some shit as that. The media is supposed to report facts, yeah, and not tell you what to think. What? Yeah, I mean, it is like it's incredibly difficult because I've because I try. I mean, and I think the bottom line is, I mean, and not to bottom line you and say what I'm interpreting. It's like you as a person, you should always try to seek out the information for yourself and try to make your own valid opinion on facts and information that you can find instead of taking everything at face value because someone else told you about it. Because like that's and it's incredibly difficult nowadays because everything, like if I try to Google something about American politics, all I'm going to find is several pages saying the exact same thing. And maybe at some point there might be one website that like says, things like a speech, like that's been a big thing. Is like you get notes about a speech and it's like, oh, this is what was said, or this is what he meant, and not what it was actually said. And then like 5 pages deep into Google, you can find a transcript of the actual words and be like, that wasn't even said. Like, how did you get to that point to say this is what I interpreted this phrasing as? And like, you can't do that. You have to just say, this is what was said. Like, don't tell me this is what a person meant by when they said this, because you don't know, and maybe they did mean that, like that's the argument is maybe they did mean something bad, or maybe they meant something good, but it's like, you can't tell me what another person meant by something they said because you're not that person. Only they know the intention of what they were saying. And then on top of that, I prefer to say, or I prefer to take things as what they said. Like I try to take things literally. If this is the words that they used and the context that it's used within, like that should be how you figure out what something means, not just because someone tells you because of their opinion on what they think it says, if that makes any sense.
So when you're talking about things like that, look, I've always used a sentence that sort of brings to light the exact connotation of what's going on. It's, I never said she stole the money. 7 words. If you put the emphasis on each of those words only, so 1 word for each sentence, it changes the whole context of that 7-word sentence.
Right.
So I never said she stole the money.
Or
I never said she stole the money.
Right.
I never said she stole the money. I never said she stole the money. And so everything that the media and things like that, they're putting emphasis on that word in a different way.
Right.
And make it feel their narrative.
Right.
So that's if they're being truthful in the first place.
Right.
The best one I've seen was CNN got their, was it last week or this week? They announced that they finally had broken the case in regards to the Chinese virus, their numbers. They got leaked documents which said that the numbers that China first portrayed is incorrect.
Really?
And the rest of the fucking world knows for the last 9 months.
Right.
And it's breaking news to them.
Ashley said, is it time to eat grandma, or is it time to eat grandma?
Punctuation is key too.
Yeah. It's always time to eat grandma. Yeah, it's and which again, like all of this does boil down to like, it's nothing to do with political party. It's nothing, like for me, that's always been my big argument for the last 4 years. It's because like I don't honestly give that much of a shit about any of it. I do enough to where, if it affects my life and my well-being in some way, that's about where I care. But other than that, like, it doesn't really matter to me that much. And my honest argument for the last 4 years, which is the relevant part, is simply the fact checking and simply the like form your own opinion and look for information to, to find out the truth instead of just the information as it's being presented to you. Because just like you said, the intention or the emphasis on how someone presents something to you can change everything. When, maybe without context, you can't really know. And I mean, I'm kind of a believer in contextual, insinuation, like in the way things are worded or the context around it, to figure out, like, does this make sense to think, this person is saying, let's go eat grandma, or, so I think that's the part that gets left out in a lot of news stories. Is just
Grandma might taste yummy.
Yeah.
Some people are into that.
It's true. I mean, babies taste like chicken. Grandmothers have to taste like chicken if babies taste like chicken. And babies taste like chicken because everything tastes like chicken. So therefore, babies taste like chicken. See? It's a fact. I did see a story the other day, though. They mentioned they're finding evidence in blood tests from previous to 2020 that they are finding cases that go back further than they thought. That they think that this virus has been around longer than December, I think it was like December 31st or whatever they were saying. I think they're finding them from like early December of 2019 and possibly older. I think there was one from China that was from November of 2019. So
there's heaps of November, December, if not a couple earlier than that. But the year before, I got majorly sick, and it was a respiratory. So I was sick for a month. Wow. And I'd wake up in the morning and I will have bled from my nose and throat.
Really?
Wake up. So do you know the weep on a sore that you get? It's like the yellow fluid, crusty.
Right.
So the rings around my nose would just be encrusted with that. And they tested me. They did blood tests. They swabbed me throat. They urine tests, stool tests. They did all sorts of things. And this was week on, week off. I'd be really horrible, coughing and horrible, chesty, and it'd be all good. And then a week later, it'd be horrible again. And then this went on. Yeah. Now, that's not a normal flu.
Right.
So.
And that was, what month did you say that was?
That was November the year before. So
oh, okay.
2 years ago.
Oh, wow. So, I mean, yeah, like, I think that's the thing, is it could have, I mean, here's my, I mentioned this to somebody else, and again, I want to, a huge disclaimer, because I'm not a scientist, I'm not a biologist, I'm not a virologist either. Viruses want to infect people. Like, that's they can't exist without that. And we've seen this from people taking penicillins and antibiotics and stuff like that, that these these organisms and such, whatever the proper terminology is, a lot of these things they mutate and adapt to continue their existence, because that's what they're designed to do. Is they're designed to propagate, and they need a way to do that. And my worry, which is again my own opinion and not based on anything at all, I had this thought the other day when I was talking to somebody, that if we start injecting everybody, and I'm not saying don't get a vaccination, I'm not saying any of this, it's just the thought in my head that if we vaccinate everybody and inject this virus into everybody, and because that's what a vaccine is you're getting parts of a virus and whatnot, what if that forces it to mutate quicker than it would have in the wild? And are we then going to have to do this every year? Because people get flu vaccines every year, because the flu virus, the influenza, I mean, it mutates constantly and changes. And so we have to get vaccinated every year. Is this going to become the new thing that are we making this happen faster than it would naturally? For everyone to naturally catch this, does that slow down the mutation process? Or by infecting everybody with it, does it force it to change quicker than it would normally? You know what I mean? Like, again, I'm not a science brain. It's just a thought that I had.
Scienceologist?
Not a scienceologist.
Not to be confused with a Scientologist.
Funkshop is bringing the jokes. Australian IT works on a land down under. God damn it.
The interesting fact was that Australia, when it came out, is our summer, the end of our summer, where we all started going lockdowns and quarantining off from the rest of the world and things like that. Now, was reported that we had eliminated 99% of influenza from Australia by the fact that we had locked down and isolated and started washing our fucking hands.
Right.
And speaking of washing our hands, beer nuts at the pub changed taste.
Right. Because everybody was putting their filthy, piss-covered hands into the peanut jar.
Yeah, that's it. And that was just through social distancing and washing our hands. We weren't in lockdowns at that stage. It was just social distance, wash your hands, and then we went into restriction of sizes of locations and things like that.
Yeah.
Now, it's obvious for anyone with eyes to see is that this coronavirus is way more virile in the way it spreads.
Right.
But last year we had 900 influenza deaths. This year they can say 30 for Australia. Whether that's... And we can't say whether they're cohabited with corona.
Right.
Or it was specifically influenza, because obviously everyone gets tested for corona now, not influenza.
Right.
We've had 900 corona deaths. So if we went down the same path of fuck it all, fuck the masks, fuck the social distancing, fuck the washing hands, what would our deaths have been in Australia? Well, I can honestly say way a lot worse.
Right.
And at the end of the day, two things if we can take out of this: wash your fucking hands, right, and catch your sneeze or cough.
Right. That seems to be the easiest thing. It's like, I mean, if you do anything, if you use proper hygiene and try not to spread your germs all over other people, I think that should be just common decency. Like, we shouldn't have to tell you to wash your hands. We shouldn't have to tell you to cover your sneeze. You know, we shouldn't have to tell people don't sneeze on other people, or like don't cough in people's faces. Like this, all of this just seems like this is what we should be doing anyway, without the government, the big bad man, telling you to do it.
So I've been of the opinion that masks are fucking useless.
Right.
Because no one knows how to use them.
Right.
So if everyone, not 99%, everyone, all of them, still fucking useless.
Right.
But if 100% of 100% of the people wearing them wore them correctly and didn't move it every 3 seconds,
right,
pull the mask down off their mouth to cough into their hand,
right,
and then put it back on, and walk around with it hanging off their one ear,
right,
things like that, then they would be effective. But
right.
You're not going to get people to do that.
Yeah. So
there's no point in doing it. What you should do is go complete arse about face, stop 99.99% of the population being mandated to wear these masks, and give them to the people who feel that they may have a tickle in their throat for the day or have been in contact with someone who's had coronavirus, things like that. And all your medical professionals.
Yeah.
They should all have them.
Yeah.
But they got to wear them anyway half the time.
Right.
So rather than getting there and everyone wearing them and everyone walking up and coughing on each other and spitting and cutting out a hole where the nose and the mouth is because it helps you to breathe while you're wearing your mask.
Somebody was saying,
And
I forgot
if
what it
you-
was, they called them dick noses because they wear them, like they keep their nose out of the mask and they call them dick noses.
So, and then anytime you see someone in a mask, you're going to double your social distancing from them.
Right. Because you'll see it and you'll be like, yeah.
They may or may not, but they think they may be at risk.
Yeah.
So I'm going to steer clear of them. And everyone carry on like usual.
Yeah.
Like 23 years, I do not touch shopping centre rails.
Right.
The banister rails on escalators and travelators and things. I don't fucking touch them because people touch them all the time and they're fucking dirty, filthy people.
They are. I try to wear gloves when I travel for that reason. Like I wear leather. Like it's not perfect, but I wear leather.
Driving.
I wear leather gloves, like to not touch when I in airports, especially because everybody touches everything. So I try to wear leather gloves to not touch all that stuff. But then you're usually just transferring it when you take the gloves off. So I mean, it's not perfect, but it makes me feel better that I'm not rubbing my hands all over it in case I accidentally touch my face or something. But
so there's been all this false narrative, myths and things like that about if I can fart and you can smell my fart through your mask, then your mask isn't working.
right.
And how true or not the subject matter is that a fart particle is a lot smaller than the particle needed to transmit a coronavirus cell.
Right.
So although my fart particle can bypass your mask, a proper mask will stop a coronavirus particle because it is like a pea inside of a tennis ball
Right.
as it travels, whereas a fart particle is that pea.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. So if you're looking at a mesh fence and you throw a pea at it, it's just going to sneak straight through, and that's your fart particle.
Right.
If the coronavirus particle didn't need that water droplet, it would be that pea going through the fence. But it needs a tennis ball to encase that pea to travel, which is stopped by, I think, 60% of the different types of masks,
Yeah.
because not all masks are created equal.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's the science part that people try to ignore. And which again, like I'm open. People want to wear masks, they don't want to wear masks. Like I'm not here to judge any of that, but I think there's a lot of articles about that exact thing that say, all this information that people keep saying about the particles that they can get through this and blah blah blah. And it's like, no, because these things are measured. Like they have a measurable diameter. Like they know how big they are, and they know what they can move through, and all of that is kind of based on math and science. And so when people try to say like, well, I can breathe through it, so that means something else can get through it, like that's not how that works. It's not.
The funny thing I've seen was that you can't go, like, there's stores here that have still got their mandated limit of people per square foot meter per shop, things like that. And you'll walk to one and it's only allowed 3 people in there. And you'll walk to one that's the same size and they're allowed 30 people. And you're like, what's the difference?
Right.
Why are you only allowed 3 and they're allowed 50? And you look at the fact that you can do outdoor eating, you can't do indoor eating.
Right.
But yet you can go and sit in a full plane,
Right.
shoulder to shoulder with people.
Yeah.
And someone goes, oh yeah, but they've got air scrubbers in planes. Like, yeah, not until you fucking plane takes off.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're just sitting in everyone else's stank.
Yeah. You're sitting there
Like,
just
hello.
stewing and marinating in everybody's sweat and breath and everything else. Do you have any, in Australia, are there any laws or fines or is there anything like for people breaking code or mandate for like social distancing or mask wearing or anything like that?
Oh, fuck yeah. So Australia took one of the most stringent fine systems of breaching COVID sort of things at the start.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 1.5 meters, and then you were only allowed so many people at a household and things like that. And if you were out with a few friends and you walked along the street and you were all together and the police found you, they would fine you up to 20 grand, 24 grand or something like that.
Wow.
So Western Australia, the state I want to travel to move to, they had a hard border closure, which meant you can't get through. You're only allowed there with a essential worker claim, and only I think 5 to 10% of people were approved of those essential workers. So if you were on holiday on the East Coast from WA and you didn't get back in time and you weren't an essential worker, which meant where you worked, your business closed or shut doors, you were stuck outside of WA for 8 months.
Wow.
Now, they had people trying to sneak through the border to get back home, and one of them went in the back of a truck, and someone did something else. They're in jail for 9 months.
Oh, shit. So they're taking it seriously, at least. Like, that's the... And I've heard in, like, some Asian countries, like, same thing. Like, you can go to jail if you're not wearing a mask and not following proper protocol. That, like, it's super... I mean, like, they're taking it very seriously. And as opposed to, you know, I can walk in Walmart and people have their fucking mask wrapped around their wrist. Or, you know, it's like... Nobody gives a shit. Nobody's. There's no repercussions. There's no. Which again, wear a mask. Don't wear a mask. That's not my. I'm not here to judge for that. It's just that if there's no repercussions for it, if there's no reason, it seems weird to try to make a law to say, or a mandate or whatever to say do this, but if you don't, nobody cares. Like nobody's going to do anything if you don't do it. So I think that's kind of my takeaway is that it does seem that other countries are actually enforcing things by fining or jail time or whatever for things that if they're not doing it. So yeah, that made me curious if Australia was being hardcore. So it sounds like they are being hardcore about it.
So that state, okay, so that state with the hard border closure, they had a total of, from day one to now, 828 cases of the COVID, of the Rona.
Yeah.
They got 440 from overseas travel. They got 290 that came in through cruise ships. They had 8 from the rest of Australia. They had 73 local transmissions in the state, and 15 were unknown. Now, that being said, those are the facts of the people who were tested at any time.
Right.
How many people did have it and didn't spread it or weren't tested? We can never know.
Right.
But they're the ones that they've got evidence of, that the evidence has been released, because you don't know. It could be like China. It could have lied. They could have had 48,000 over there. We don't know. But no one can never know. But the thing is, the more you become transparent and you become more reliable, and the facts become more truth and out there than lies and misdirection and things like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, so they've had some of the best, and they did the hard border closure. So only 15 unknown they couldn't trace.
Right.
Far cry from 148 billion that America's had.
Right. Right.
I may or may not have fudged the line there with the correct number.
It's something awful. I think even in my state, which is not that England is roughly the size of Oklahoma. If that helps with any kind of size reference, but I think I saw on the news this morning. I think they said we've had since March. I think we've had 200,000 confirmed cases or something, and 1,500 deaths or something like that. And I think there's 700 people currently in ICU still being treated, and it's pretty bad here in Oklahoma. I mean, we have it's a small population state, but people are stupid. There's a lot of stupid people in my state, and there's a lot of people that are sick, and it's crazy. But yeah, it's always I know it's not a fun topic, but it's always a curious topic, especially to hear how it is in other places. But I guess we should probably wrap this up, man. I'm starting to get hungry. Because it's 12:30 and I want to go get food.
I was just looking at the time before and I thought, oh, I was supposed to be doing something today.
Right.
Not that I care.
I was going to say, I know I kept you on here for a long time too, but
any last minute questions, chat?
Yeah, bring it on. You got a couple more minutes for any other weird questions.
So my big take to give you is that Australia is harsh. It's tough. Everything wants to eat you or kill you or attempt to, even if they're not big enough to.
Right.
The ocean's dangerous. Creeks are dangerous. Cities are dangerous. Country's dangerous. Trees are dangerous. The outback's dangerous.
Oh, there you go. Furious top 5 things to do when visiting.
There's snorkeling on the Great Barrier Reef.
That's a good one.
5 things. Snorkeling on the Great Barrier Reef. Use an outback toilet.
Which is an outdoor toilet, like an outhouse.
Yeah, they call them a long drop.
A long drop, okay.
Yeah. Don't be scared.
Try kangaroo. Would that be on the list?
No, not really.
Okay.
I mean, yes, but not top 5
not
things.
Top
it's
5.
really hard to think of the top 5 things. I mean, there's many things to do. Go in the bush. Go for I went and had a look at a car hire. We've got Wicked car hires, so they vans for backpackers that travel around Australia and all that. They're not allowed to use them to go through the outback.
Oh, okay.
It's too remote, too dangerous, too remote.
Also, just for Americans, car hire means rental car.
Yep.
In other countries, they hire a car. They don't rent a car. You hire a car.
Yeah. As the biggest thing is seeing the outback and just getting to grips with the fact that it's so vast and remote, and if you do not have water, you will die.
Right.
I think of 99% of Australia as Death Valley.
Right, okay, yeah. Because it's all going to be very hot and very dry and dangerous. Plus, everything wants to kill you. What about, are there... we could have asked this earlier. Are there any...
That's why I mentioned it, Death Valley, because that's where most people are from in this chat is America, so that's why I mentioned Death Valley, and that's one of the hottest... Is it the hottest part of the world?
I think it's had the hottest... I don't know about the world, but it's definitely in America. I think it's had the hottest temperatures ever recorded in America. I think it's 145 degrees Fahrenheit or something crazy.
Yeah, because I've been in parts of Australia which was 59 degrees in the shade.
Wow.
Take that, Death Valley.
Take that, America. What about customs? Yeah. Like interpersonal customs, for someone that visits, are there things? Obviously, you don't say anything about throwing shrimp on Barbies. Are there any like, do you talk to strangers? Do you say hello to strangers? Do you avoid eye contact? Do you act friendly? Do you be standoffish?
If you drive out from a city, basically, if you drive away from a city, most people will wave as you drive past them.
Okay.
So yeah, it's very friendly.
Okay. Do you tip? Like at a restaurant, do you tip?
Fuck no.
Okay.
You get paid to do that shit.
Okay, so no tipping. What about when
you will be ostracized if you tip someone.
because they take it as an insult?
It's sort of.
Okay.
It's because it's not. You don't tip, and if you say, for instance, you're at a restaurant and you tip your waitress, she's going to think you want to root her.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's the only reason why you tip, is to pay them a compliment that you think they're hot.
Okay. What about, speaking of restaurants, when I had to learn this in Amsterdam, when your meal is done, do they bring you a check or do you have to ask them for it? Like, will they, like in America, waiters, because they work for tips, they hover, you know, like they come back to your table all the time. Like, do you need anything? Do you need anything? Do you want some more, blah, blah, blah. But like in Amsterdam, they're very standoffish. It's just like, hey, can I get this? And they're like, yeah, sure. And they bring you that and then they leave and like, they don't care. And then when you're done, you're like, hey, I'm done. Can you bring me my bill? And then you pay your bill. Like, do they?
It's like that.
Okay.
You will walk in. They will then come over, bring you a menu, unless it's already on the table.
Mm-hmm.
You will order, and then they'll bring your food, and then they will hide.
Right. They'll leave you alone until you're done, and you're like, hey, I'm done.
Yeah. They don't get paid anymore. We're already on there $30 an hour.
Right.
So, and no one tips because... Yeah, no one tips. The only time I ever tip is when I'm at a nightclub and I want to make sure that the next time I'm up at the bar, I get served.
Right. Okay. So that's a big thing too. I know, like in England, my friend kind of said the same thing. He's like, you don't tip a bartender, you buy them a drink. So instead of you giving them, you know, like you say you order a drink that's like $4.50 and you give them a $5 and you're like, oh, just keep the change, or you give them $1 or something. He said instead of trying to tip them for service, you offer to buy them a drink, and then that way they tend to remember you when you come back up there, that you've done something polite.
You're not allowed to drink behind the bar here.
Okay.
You're not allowed to. When you're at a strip club, yes, you buy them drinks.
Right.
They get a drink that's not a drink, if that makes sense.
Right, yeah, they get
have all that money.
You buy them a $20 glass of water, and they keep
basically.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
But yeah, so it's not so much that we tip or anything like that. It's like we did the thing that yous are pushing, is bring up your minimum wage.
Right.
And that didn't do us any good. No favors.
Yeah.
And I've seen a good theory on this just the other day, is that if bringing up your minimum wage help people get out of poverty, then why don't they do that in the third world countries? Just bring up your minimum wage. That'll get rid of your poverty.
Right.
That's not the answer.
Right.
So, but because we do our jobs because we want to do the job. We don't do a better job because we want to get paid tips more.
Right.
So, obviously, if you tip someone, they're going to be happy about it. They won't give you better service in the attempt of getting a tip.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Because majority of the time, the only time you in a restaurant with a waitress or something like that, and you want to give her a tip, it's not money.
Right. Give her the other tip.
Yeah. Play the tip game.
Right. Got it. Interesting. Well,
tourists are good here. As I said earlier on with Flitz, is that in Australia, A tourist is a tourist. It doesn't matter if you're Billy Bob from down the street where you live, or it's your most celebrated celebrity. We don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
So, and that comes back to that tipping and all that sort of stuff. We don't give a fuck who you are.
Right. You keep
Like,
it down to
I
earth.
remember,
Yeah.
I remember when Mum went back to work 20 years ago before she passed away. She was at a supermarket here, and Marlon Brando came to the store, and he went through her register because he thought she was an older lady and not a kid.
Right.
That he thought he wouldn't be as harassed or intrusive of that situation with Mum being an older lady.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is, it wouldn't have mattered whose registry. None of them would have cared.
They'd be
like, who the fuck are you?
yeah, like here's your bag of crisps and your shrimp for your Barbie.
As I said, like, when it boils down to it, we call our mates cunts and random strangers mates. So we are friendly to all.
Yes.
Unless you're an arsehole, and then we'll treat you like an arsehole too.
And then you're a proper cunt.
There we go. Fuck off the Maccas, you cunt.
I know. Could you add is that how it works there too? You add proper, and that makes it bad. If you like, that guy's a proper cunt, and that means it's
Yeah. You're a proper idiot, aren't you?
right.
You're a proper cunt. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you coming on and letting us pester you about weird things, and I hope, I know, because the original intent is that you may be going away possibly and not coming back to visit us online, or maybe you will in the future at some point, depending on how things go. So
very intermittent if I do ever get back on once I leave.
yeah.
And it's not set in stone when I do leave, but at some stage in the not too distant future, I've got to pack up my computer, send it over, and then when I get over there, I'll be going bush. When I mean bush, there's no phone service in that area, let alone internet.
Okay.
You need a sat phone. And yeah, so my brother, he went out today by himself. He's like, I'm shit myself a little bit because if anything happens, I'm dead.
Right.
So it's not like you can get phone or help or anything like that if you're struggling.
Yeah.
So they got there, and they recommend if you travel away from the cities or major towns and stuff like that and you're going bush, you need to take half a dozen litres of water as a minimum, even if you're expecting to only be a day.
Right.
Because if you get stuck, it could be a week or so before someone will find you.
Right.
Yes.
Well, I wish you the best. Hopefully you can come back and visit us, and I know you'll be around until you leave and whatnot. So this isn't the final goodbye for tonight. I'm sure until you're gone, we may see you. So, but no, I appreciate you always being around. I appreciate you being a viewer. I appreciate you being a good cunt. I appreciate you hanging out, and it's been fun, man. But yeah, hopefully we'll get to see you again, and I think everybody feels the same way, that we all hope you stay safe and hope everything works out the way it should.
How did everyone like me Ocker accent?
I think they're probably gonna start typing in that they loved it. Our clever mama loved it. Ashley really loves it. Love it! Exclamation, all caps.
Did any panties drop?
Yeah. How many people had to change their trousers because of tonight's show? I don't know if we'll find out about that.
Anyway, audio.
Well, thank you so much, man. Yeah, we'll be in touch, and I mean, if anything, if you can't come to the show, just you have to find me on Discord, pop in and give us a hello and all that. So, but and yeah, thanks for throwing the links in there. I appreciate that. But yeah, thanks for being you, man. Thanks for always being awesome, and thanks for coming to hang out, and thanks for putting up with us, and best of luck, man. But Until
Making
then,
it easy to chat.
yeah, we'll definitely talk, but until before you leave or whatever. I'm sure we'll catch you again. But yeah, I appreciate it, man. So thank you so much. And that too. Was it muted? Could you hear it? I don't know if it went through.
No, didn't hear it.
Oh, I had it muted. All right, hold on.
Wish you weren't so fucking awkward, bud.
There we go.
Wish you weren't so fucking awkward, bud.
Wish you weren't so fucking awkward, cunt.
That's Letterkenny if it was done in Australia. That would be a great show. I would watch that. All right, man. Well, I appreciate it, and yeah, we'll talk soon, brother. So I hope you have a good day. I think it's the middle of the day for you, right?
5 p.m.
5 p.m. Okay, yeah. It's 12:48 a.m. for me, so. Well, have a good day, man. I hope, yeah, safe travels, bon voyage, all of that stuff.
There you go. You gotta copy me, or you're awkward.
Yeah, we'll have to get a voice clip of that one. We'll change it up. We'll do that. All right, man.
Or you can't.
Or you can't.
I can't. Wish you weren't so fucking awkward.
There we go. It's on, and now I'm gonna go back and cut that out, and we'll add that to a button. We'll add that. We'll save that one in.
Maglashan. Righto.
Cool. All right,
Bye,
man.
everyone.
Take care of yourself. I'll talk to you soon. There you have it. There you have it.